Go ahead. Jump back in to our Solo Thief playthrough and see what level 21 is going to look like. Alright, so we need, 17 and a half ogres. Let's go ahead and start grinding those out. 17 and a half ogres to 21, then we'll give Astos quite a few goes at it. We've been doing like 5 tries for like credible attempts. I think level 21, we definitely want to make this a serious Astos go. Because I feel like we've been getting 20, 30 points of damage on every single one of those level ups. Now that we're past that kind of critical spot of damage breaking his armor. So if we can get a good run started at him, then I think we have a very good chance of taking Astos down. Yep, at least for right now, we can still try and take ogres out just by being very quick at targeting them. So don't even bother going after the creeps in the ogre creep fights. And usually that works out for getting them down fast enough. Nice. Dan just one-shot an ogre for the very first time. I'm so proud of you, Dan. I am so proud of you. Hey, Sadius77. Thanks for the good wishes there. At this point, it's very likely that creeps are going to run away. We're starting to see asps and arachnids run away very frequently. Ogres run away very rarely still, which is something that I was kind of surprised about. I thought that ogres would be fleeing much more often. It seemed in the NES version that right when you break the threshold, you notice that there's a pretty decent amount of running that happens on the enemies. And on this version, it feels like you have to be at least like a level or 2 past the morale threshold to really see the runs happen all that often. But if it does get to be a problem, that is why we have worked out some of those marsh cave monsters that we can go after. The mucks, the shadows, Arbones. There's a few enemies in Marsh Cave that are not going to run for quite a while. Just watched the final Solo Thief VOD. All of the Solo Thief playthroughs Sadia should be in the Final Fantasy Challenge Run collections for solo characters. That should have the whole series in it. More asps, why not? I mean, these are just kind of free XP. They're worth quite a bit less than an ogre is. But when you start talking about a bunch of them, then it gets interesting. And you start getting 3 hits. Level 26 would be 3 hits with the scimitar. If you want 3 hits with the saber, which is the weapon I've got right now, that is level 28. Hopefully, that will not be necessary. These arachnids running too often. Now, let's see if we can at least get 1 or 2 of them killed. They're worth decent experience, but level 16 is the morale threshold for arachnids, so they are getting pretty skittish. Hey, Empty Eye, welcome back. We got to 122 damage on Astos out of 168 that we need at level 20. So we're pushing for 21 right now and seeing if it's enough to make up the difference on this version. This one's going to be a little bit harder to kill Astos because Dark actually does affect your accuracy score. Oh, the ogres. Alright. That's what I was really worried about. Losing ogre damage. That's true. If only we had the lamp spell to save us, then things would be all better. Astos just has a lot of different types of problematic spells. Rub, of course. But most of the other things he does are also very annoying. The slow spells, he's got both slow 1 and slow 2. He's got a sleep spell that often makes you lose a turn. He's got that dark spell, which, on top of slow, really kills your damage output. It is super tough to squeeze in anything once you are slowed and darked at the same time. But again, we've had a high score of 122. Like, that is not that far away from getting a lucky break on that fight. You know, if you're looking at how much your damage increases per level, and then what if you got like one more critical hit? Suddenly you're right in there on that Astos HP total. Fast seems out of place. Because he doesn't do many melee attacks, it's a bit of a weak round for him. That said, the fast is actually contributing to a pretty large amount of damage that he ends up doing. Like, in his entire spell sequence, Fire 2, Lit 2 are the only two direct damage dealing spells. And once he gets fasted, he will sometimes be doing as much damage with a physical attack as one of those spells does. So it kind of really boosts the damage per cycle that you see on him. Hey Reg, welcome in. Dan is doing his best, okay? He is doing his best here. Needs 5 more ogres for level 21 to start rolling. 21's got a guaranteed strength point, it's got a guaranteed strong level up, so all we need to do is, if we want to pick up the agility point, roll it a couple times to get the agility to drop, and then we'll be good on that one. It's nice not having to worry about vitality points. Like, that has been such a big relief on our HP totals. We've gotten all the strength points. We've gotten a bunch of the HP. We could have been probably about 50 HP higher right now if we had really squeezed out every little bit of it. But we're easily going to hit 999 HP on this pace. So, like, there's no concerns at all about our long-term HP growth. Hey King Booty, welcome in. This is a normal stream, although there will not be a stream this weekend. So after tonight, our next stream is going to be on Tuesday of next week. This weekend's the only 2 days I'll be taking off for the month of June. I might take 1 day off in July. For SGDQ, I don't need to be away for the whole time. But I'm thinking about taking the 4th of July off, which is also the first day of SGDQ, just to help with some setup things on that event overall. Other than that, though, July should be pretty much consistent streaming as well. Hey, Theatrus, thanks for the good wishes there. This better be the day that we triumph over Astos. If it takes us more than 1 day to kill Astos, then we will have some really serious problems. Is SGQ an in-person or online event? SGQ is going to be online only. The schedule for the event is mostly settled down at this point. It has had a couple of revisions for times of specific runs. But I think by now it should be pretty much quite stable for seeing where everything that you might want to watch is going to be. Alright, let's see where we're at right now. 136. So that is possibly the start of our level grinding. We are going to get the agility point. We will see how we do at it. First try. No. Did not get it first try. Try again, Dan. Try again. Good experience if we're going to keep it. It'll be very sad, though, if we don't get our agility point here. Probably go ahead and come up with our Astos prediction coming up. So we're going to start doing Astos as soon as we get level 21 here. And so maybe the question's going to be, first up, let's see if we can beat Astos before 1440. On the clock. That'll be our target time on it. I'll give you all some time to think about your responses here as we work on our agility point, which has not shown up. So I'm going to guess, 5 or 10 minutes to get this agility point to happen. We go up to Astos, so that's like, can we beat him in 30 minutes of tries? It's a lot of time put into it. I think if we don't get him by 1440, we go for getting level 22. Hopefully we're not still getting the agility point by 1440. That would be sad. Alright, 13 experience away now. Pretty much everything gets to level up. I think even like a wolf would at this point. So we can take some really weird encounters. Also, we can still take on some ogres. Alright, Dan, give me some agility. No agility point. Terrible HP. The thing is, it actually doesn't feel bad for the HP anymore. Like, that's just a really weird feeling, not having to care about the range value at all. Going from the high end to the low end, that's 1/6 of a level overall for the progression for it, so we could easily soak those up. Alright, here we go. 29. No agility point. 23 for White Mage Solo Run NES. I mean, if you can get to the Ice Cave, then you should be fine as a White Mage. I'm assuming you've done ordeals for the Zeus Gauntlet, in which case, now you've got pretty much all your damage output that you're going to need. So it's mostly a question of, can you survive long enough to finish all the battles? And the answer should be yes. 26. No agility. See the really big damage variance there, sometimes taking 3 hits to kill an ogre. See what we get, 28. No agility. Hey, Danimal Lecter, welcome in. We are right now trying to pick up level 21. And then we'll try and pick up and take out 1 Astos. I mean, imagine how bad it would be if there was random unrunnable Astoses later in the game that we had to deal with. It would kind of suck. 29, and no agility. Foolishly sticking around. 26. No agility. Hey, Ultimate Bohab. Welcome in and enjoy your lurking. There's 29. No agility. Oh, thanks, Ace Bus Purple. I will try and remember to update that when I get the chance. Chance for agility points. Well, on the NES version, it's 1 in 4. This version, I would believe it's 1 in 10. Seems to take a while to get these points. This one's 30 and no agility. I think if we don't get the agility point by 14-10, we might just bail for Astos. Give it up. 27 and no agility. We'll at least have put a decent effort into it. Each point of agility is like a small piece of a defense sword use in a boss battle. You don't have to worry about agility as much on the random encounters because if the encounter goes really badly, you just reload and go back over the floor again. But for boss battles, you actually have to buff up a little bit. You want to get a decent number of these agility points so that you can do fewer rounds of buffs before actually switching to offense. 29, there's our agility point, and we got the full Savile. That intelligence point was not forced. Only SV and L were guaranteed there. Alright, looking good on potions. Got our health refilled at let's get up to Northwest Castle. Hey, Dornell. With any luck, our grind should be very fundamentally changing in the next 30 minutes. If we can get past Astos, that unblocks so much stuff in the game. Get a silver bracelet, get a buckler, we get the falchion or the silver knife, depending on how much accuracy bonus that we need. Then we get the coral sword, get the dragon sword, we can even get the rune sword. And things will be good. Us get to fight way more valuable monsters. It's like going over to Crescent Lake and suddenly tripling or quadrupling our average experience gain. It is so good. We'll declare that last wolf the winner of the fight. Only one remained in the end. And yeah, once you get decently high level, running away from a lot of the regular battles does beat out time-wise, doing all those memo saves and resets, especially if you get a bunch of first try runs. Okay, we're locked in. Let's go ahead and see how Astos goes. Our high score, 122 points of damage. And let the dance begin. Our enemy stats the same, yes. The difference in HP is because you can get strong level ups on every level. Just a lot of them are going to require a bit of work to get to. At the start, does Dan see the Reaper? Dan got rubbed. Good start, Dan. Good start. That was the first try. Oh, you wouldn't believe me. Gonna give this 30 minutes of Astosing. Try 2. 1 point. 3 points. 29. Get a dodge here in okay shape at the start. Dan does not dodge. Four. 8. There's a miss. Come on, Dan. Don't get slowed. He got slowed. 16. 17. 18. 44. $45. Ropes should be about 50% right now. 46. $47. Really think it would be fair if Asto shared some haste with us. He's hoarding them. 54. 55. 65. There's the sunglasses. Now he's really in trouble. And Dan's dead. 65 damage to that. That's a respectable track. Especially because he did not get much damage before being slowed. $26, good start there. Critting right off the bat. 27. 28. Yeah, memo lasts as long as you've got the console on. 34. Dan, if you dodge this slow, you're in for an interesting start. Nope. He doesn't dodge. Hey, Mega Fall, welcome in. $35. 36. 37. 38. 40. 43. 43 on that attempt. Keep trying. Keep trying. This is one level up since we got the 122. No rubs here. 1 damage. 2 damage. We have doubled our damage output. No slow, but still can't hit him. Alright, 4 damage. This is about the worst no slow start I think I've ever seen. 6 damage. 12 damage. 23. 25. 51. 53. And he's slowed now. Also ducked. Dan is having some problems. Now he's asleep. But he's not dead. Still at 53. 54. 57. And 57 is going to be the total for that one. Hey, Shadow Flames. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 18 months. Hope you're enjoying your shiny new orb, and hope you're enjoying watching Dan get thrashed by Astos. What is our maximum so far? 122. Hey, Magic Jade 47, welcome in. 1. Good try, Dan. Good try. I mean, we almost had it last fight. This one definitely is going to be a winner. 0. Still 0. All right, 15. There we go. 15 damage. Ringing Steel, thank you very much. Coming back for 40 months. That is way more months than Dan is doing damage here. And I hope you're having a great day today. 26. Didn't get slowed, which is at least interesting. 52. 53. Couple more rounds, we have to dodge the nasty stuff again. 60. 61. 62. And he's slowed, but he got a critical 88. Now he's got sunglasses, 89. Now he's asleep. He's slowed. He's slept, he's dark, and he's dead. 89 points. Best at level 21 so far. We had 122 at level 20. It was an interesting start. We hadn't gotten darked and slowed and slept and killed by Reaper. I think, other than that, it was going decently. Seven. Good effort, Dan. Good effort. Is that the high score for one spell cycle? Probably. The 122 definitely was more than one cycle. Two. $11. Faster Solo Thief easier on NES? Yes. Does not have any dark on that version. 12? 13? There's the slow 14. 15. 16. 17. Just getting all the bad hits out of the way so that we are good on the next go-around. Dan's taking a snooze. And he got robbed. Try again, Dan. "15 minutes left for our prediction on Astos time. High score in the first 15 minutes has been 84 points. Exactly halfway. 8. Good try. Hey, Dino Wars, welcome in. We're doing our level 21 Astos tries here. 1440 is when we go and get level 22. We are hoping that we don't need it. 2. Hey, Decker, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. All we need is just that perfect cycle. Dodges the rub, dodges the slow, gets 11 critical hits. Clearly, it will not be a problem. Hey, Jareth, thank you very much for your contribution to the Melmont Relief Fund. Because Melmont, like Dan, needs a lot of relief. Like, all kinds of it. Are we doing this particular version of Final Fantasy? This is the second hardest version. I've already done this challenge run, Solo Thief, no class change on NES, which is the hardest version. And we're seeing how different it is. Two. 3. 14. 'Didn't get rubbed. Can he get the slow dodge? Nope. Dan got slowed. 15. High score tonight is 84. 16. Would Solo Thief on MSX be harder? I think the MSX version would be basically the same as NES, but the graphics would look worse. So maybe that would be a slight difficulty. And Vrixia, thank you very much for the host there. Hope you had a wonderful night streaming. We are currently doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge on Final Fantasy here. This is the big gatekeeper Astos. You can get past him. Then the game opens up quite a lot. But as of right now, Dan is, well, doing his best. Hey, Brexia. Astos, tonight we've gotten an 84. High score so far is 122. And you need 168 damage to kill this guy. Yeah, once you get the key, you get a gigantic upgrade in defense, in offense, and you can fight much more valuable monsters. So you can, once again, level very quickly. The problem we have right here is that you are extremely capped on gear for the thief. And at the level we're at right now, the monsters are already running away. So it's very difficult to get experience. And that means getting more levels is pretty tough. And levels are really the only thing you can do to improve your character. Reset on the slows. The slows are annoying, but at the end of the day, it's just like sheer quantity of criticals for the most part. I think if you have like really bad damage and then you get slowed, probably it is unlikely to work out. But then again, you might also just like dodge through 3 spell cycles and get a huge number of rounds in. There's one. Oh, and thank you to our anonymous gifter for gifting that sub to Vrexia. Level 21, yes. This is our block of Astos attempts at level 21. The high score of 122 was actually done at level 20. So we have not beaten that since getting the level up. Peninsula Power, Furwolf and Wyvern. We went up there. We killed a Wyvern once, but it's a very rare encounter. So that one's not a great one to do. And we were not successful killing Furwolves. I think, like, you could hope for a 3-pack and doing well. But it was a struggle to do it. 2, 8. Dan still going. 13. 14. He did get slowed there. 15. 20. How often does he rub? Every 8 spells. 26. You'll see that he repeats the same cycle. 27. 28. No sunglasses for us. Dan does fall asleep, and does he get rubbed? 28. Couple more tries here at level 21. We beat NES Astos at level 21, but the differences are going to be that on this version, Dark actually does impact your accuracy score. So that could hurt us a bit. It feels like we are rubbed more often on this version, although I'm not sure if that's actually true. Or if we're just kind of looking at patterns. Two. Hey, Alchris, thank you very much. Coming back for 40 months. Hope things are going well with you, and thank you very much for the good wishes. Dan needs a lot of them. Dan's full name is Dan Juris, although Danger is also his middle name. Still going. Let's go another round around. There's a first crit on this cycle. You really need a bunch of those crits early to be in competition. I think if you go through the first set of spells and you haven't broken like 80 damage, you're very unlikely to be successful. On those ones, we got the sleep and rub coming up. Also at 41 health, Dan is pretty much susceptible to a single punch. Still going. Well, I'm sure the Fire 2 is gonna fix that. Hey, Akashi, welcome in. Why no class change? Because it makes it a lot harder. If you can class change to the ninja, especially in the NES version, you'll have a pretty easy time doing Temple of Fiends and beating Chaos. But Solo Thief with no class change, that is as hard as it gets for character class challenges. Alright, Dan, you got 4 minutes left of the prediction. Let's see if he's able to do it. 4. 6. 9. Being bad pretty much is the only thing thieves do. That's a very accurate description of them. I mean, among the thieves' many talents are cowardice, failure, and a complete lack of common sense. Nine. 3 minutes to go. Starting to get unlikely that Dan is going to be successful here. Haven't even beaten our high score from level 20, which is a bit concerning. But it is kind of spiky for your damage overall. 2. And 2 minutes left. I think a successful fight might be longer than 2 minutes. Dan might not be able to squeeze in a complete battle at this point. We'll keep going down to the wire. What? Well, the damage definitely goes up on average NL7 for leveling up. Like, you can see that even without a crit, we've had like single attacks do 10 damage at this level. And when we first tried it at level 17, I don't think we had anything above a 6. So there's those 4 strength points that we've got actually making a difference. Here's a 9. And there is less than 30 seconds left. Now, if we had a power glove, or really any kind of buff, basically all the boss fights get way easier. That is really what we're relying on to make Solo Thief no class change work for Temple of Fiends on this playthrough. After we get the airship, suddenly so many things open up, and you can do the game pretty out of order. Ooh, nice 27 starting off with a crit. Hey, Squawkameel, welcome in. He's still up. Come on, Dan, get that dodge. Yeah, he didn't get the dodge, but 31. 32. Last try before getting level 22. $33. 34. $35. And 35, his final effort. So that means at level 21, best performance was an 84. That's actually down from the 122 that he got at level 20. But having seen that, now we will begin the grind to 22. 17,000 experience, that would be 85 ogres. But ogres are probably not going to stick around for a lot of our playthroughs. You'll see more and more monsters running. Mucks are going to be the best for XP. It is tough to get mucks in the Marsh Cave to show up, but those are our ideal monster for XP right now. I was thinking maybe doing shadows. They're a bit less XP overall, like 3 shadows to a muck. But I imagine you're going to take way less damage doing those. Especially if you can one-shot the shadows for the most part. Go for 3 attacks around. It is so many levels to get there. Like, we're talking it's going to be pretty painful to get 1 or 2 levels. Level 28 for 3 attacks with the saber, that is a lot of XP to get. Alright, drop into the Marsh Cave. We did not beat Astos before 1440. The naysayers said nay. And they were correct. This challenge harder or easier than NES Solo Thief? This part is turning out to be harder. Bicky was a lot easier. Garland was easier. I think Chaos is going to be easier. So overall, I mean, certainly that's a big deal, Astos being harder, but if everything else is easier, I would still say, in totality, this is not as hard as the NES one. And with the sunglasses, it seems like the shadows are not as good for consistent killing. We really need the one-shots to have this battle make sense over the mucks. How does in-game time compare? Well, in-game time is going to be a lot higher on NES. Because we don't use nearly as much of it up doing the battle resets. One of the nice things about the NES version is you can manipulate the encounters, so we're able to get a lot more ogres consistently showing up. But I think that's kind of a short-lived advantage. Like, already we're going to be at the point where the only thing that would save NES going to these levels is that Melmon Peninsula power, which we end up using to get the Grogers. And that's not available in this version, so doesn't really help us out. Nice, those guys were not mucking around. Just need to do that 34 times. Best place for mucks is going to be bottom floor. And basically here's the trade-off, like, bottom floor is going to give you a lot more mucks, but you don't have those shadows. I don't know how reliable these Arbone fights are going to be. Need the crawl to run away. We need Arbone to die before doing too much damage. Hopefully Bones run away. Well, I'm not even sure if that realistically is a possibility at this level. How about Wizards? Wizards we would not be able to reliably do. We very narrowly beat the Wizards at level 16. And yeah, we got a little bit more HP, we got a little bit more strength. But it's not likely that we'd be able to do a third one. So you're still doing 2 Wizards, which is less good than the muck fights when it comes to overall XP. Hey, Simple and Ollie. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Hope you're having a great day and enjoy. Dan's Solo Thief Adventures. And we did not beat our high score. 84 was the best we did at that attempt through. I was kind of shocked we didn't get a new high score at level 21. But we're going to do the eye grind whenever we can get there. I think eye grinding should be a pretty efficient way of doing our later game levels. Technically we do it on our first trip through Ice Cave, but it would make sense to get the airship and then come back with a ribbon and opal bracelet and other upgrade items. That way you're not having to take as much damage per eye. And we'll see if Arachnid sticks around. The poison's kind of unfortunate, like this does more damage than his physical attack, but it's a short fight, pays off. It's a half muck for Arachnid. But is the critical hit formula not good? That is the formula. Critical hits are really hard to get until you have better weapons. Good crawls scattered. Really wish these bones would go away. Leave my arm bones in peace. By the way, I still cannot unsee the skeleton beards. These skeletons all have magnificent beards. When I kill the crawler first, it takes 2 rounds, and the experience is not very good. But just the Arbodes by himself is a muck and a half. Hey, Thalfin, welcome in. Hope your day's going well here. Don't know if Dan's gonna realistically outspeed the scums anytime soon. I think that's a pretty fast monster. Like, even though we are outrageously overleveled for this part of the world, marsh cave monsters tend to be on the faster side for the most part. And nope, not dealing with you. Hey there, straight out of Melmont. Hello, Mux. Nice, good triple muck fight right there. It does chew through my heal potions pretty quickly, but those are the things that are going to give me the best XP right now for the number of potions required. Hey, Slayer's Fall, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. We just got trounced by Astos. So we're going to go for level 22. Our level 21 attempts were unsuccessful at ending his tyrannical reign. Yeah, potions are a lot worse in this version. NES, they did 30 recovery outside of battle. And then inside of battle, they're the same as a Cure 1 spell, which is 16 to 32. And in this version, they're just always the same as the Cure 1. So you're losing, on average, 6 HP per potion. I don't think these gargoyles are worth it. Yeah, if we're not going to one-shot them, probably is a bad deal. Alright, so 2 gargoyles comes in at basically exactly 1 muck worth of XP. They're an out-of-bounds bat in this version. The bat is so out of bounds that you can't even find him. Hey, Amadeus, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. We have returned to the Harsh Marsh Cave in search of more mucks. Right now we're level 21, working on level 22. There's a muck. I mean, mucks are better to fight than wizards. Yeah, we tried Peninsula Power, and we couldn't kill even the small group of furwolves, so I think it's unlikely to get much better. We were able to kill one wyvern, but that is a 1 in 64 encounter, so you are going to not get a lot of those in a hurry. But just nowhere close to Tyro's. 2 giants was not close as well. And it's just an unfortunate fact. The thief is, in fact, completely and utterly awful. Empty Eye, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. We do have more HP than we did before, but when we were trying to do the giants, for a 2-giant fight, we basically got the first giant down and died right away, not even doing any damage to giant number 2. Basically halfway through that fight. And Furwolf's 100 HP is like 1 extra Frost Breath, so it's a pretty small difference overall. We do another 30-minute Astos through this level. We'll see how it looks. I definitely think we'll give Peninsula Power a try again if we continue to have problems after level 22 is done. Because these levels are really expensive right now to get through. That is like the big thing you notice. Like if we were past Astos and we're doing Crescent Lake, we would probably get a level in 15 or 20 minutes. And we could consistently grind those out, maybe like 7-8 levels right now. But in that same amount of time that we get 8 levels of Crescent Lake, we're gonna get maybe 2 levels here. Hey, Dark JDL. Welcome in and hope you're having a good evening. If you missed any riveting story content, well, we did have a poetry slam fest with Astos. Dan was not victorious. Oh yeah, the music in this game is really good. For the remastered version here on PlayStation, they did a great job redoing all the music tracks. GBA adds a couple more that are very, very nice. Like, I don't think that the GBA version has bad music. It's just that it was remixed for a very underpowered system. So a lot of the music becomes very muddy as a result. But they did a great job for what the GBA is capable of. How much XP do we need? I'm gonna guess still a lot. After that pair of mucks, we are down to 12,000, which is 48 more mucks to go. About 2/3 of a level on a tank of heal potions here. It's one of the reasons why we have to be a little bit picky about the battles that we take, is the longer you can stay in place and keep going, the better off you're going to be overall for your rate. If we had easier access to a town, then we might be more aggressive doing the gargoyles and werewolves and other monsters that are a lot more powerful than we are right now. Or even the wizards. Like, if you had potion vendor right next to you, the wizards would not be economical by any means, but it would at least be an interesting discussion. Hey, Fist Angrily, glad you're enjoying the show. Also, speaking of werewolves, I don't know if we can beat this big of a pack. Werewolves are great XP overall. We want the girls to flee. Just less stuff to deal with. And as long as we don't get poisoned, this is not a bad amount of damage for the XP that you get. Poison's the thing that really adds up. Oh, wow, werewolves are running away at level 21. That's kind of scary. Glad we got a ways to go on those mucks before they start panicking. And that's about the same as an Arbones would be for the 3 werewolves that we did kill. Also about the same damage taken. Hey, Greffrey, welcome in. Hope things are going well with you. The weapon boosts work, yes. They're very, very small, though. You have almost no difference whether or not you got the right elemental compatibility. But there is a big difference when it comes to being compatible with the facts from the Ag Research Society. Because thanks to all of the hard workers at the Ag Research Society, and thanks to viewers like you, we have just now discovered that Agmas can deflect cellos when used as ranged weapons. And that is something that might save your life one day. Thank you very much for subscribing there. Hope you enjoy the emotes arriving shortly, and hope you enjoy our solo thief playthrough tonight. Ranged cellos or ranged agamas? Possibly both, Hyrule. Possibly both. I think NES Astos was killed around 15 hours. We took longer to level on NES, but we killed Astos faster when we did attempts. Like, we've spent pretty good amount of time trying Astos at a few different levels here. And if we hadn't done that, we likely would be like level 23 or 24 right now. So there's a trade-off between how much time do you spend putting those attempts in, and how much to just go and do more grinding. How many Agamo facts are there? Let's just say that we could have a fact of the day calendar and have facts left over. Five werewolves. We don't get poison. This is interesting. Never mind. With poison, you're gonna leak so much HP while trying to take those werewolves off. It's definitely not profitable at that point. Hey, Solar Spark, welcome back. Astos indeed remains. Distinctly unrubbed. Why not fight gargoyles? They give you very little XP for the amount of damage that they do. And these things are pretty good XP. So if you get poisoned, then the damage really piles up. Or if Dan misses a lot, then the damage piles up as well. It may not be worth it anymore. We'll keep fighting out, see how many werewolves we end up with. Here's 2 down. Three. 4. 5's pretty respectable. So that turns out to be 2.5 mucks worth of XP. And a whole lot of heal potions to get the HP back. Come on, enemies. Dana's power walking as hard as he can back and forth trying to find you. And it's just gargoyles. There is a downside to Marsh Cave having an actually low encounter rate. It does not help the leveling situation here at all. Marsh Cave and Waterfall. Unusually low encounter rates for this version of the game. That's also true in GBA and PSP, so it seems to be deliberate that they reduced the encounter rate in these two dungeons specifically. Almost everywhere else in the game has a much higher encounter rate than the NES version had. I guess one thing that agility would have been nice for us. We'd be taking a bit less damage if we could dodge more of these attacks. We took many of the agility points, but we have been skipping some of them in order to improve our times on levels. It's a lot harder to get non-force points in this version of the game. But oh, it would have been nice. It's done on our bones. Still haven't two-shot on our bones yet. They've got a lot of HP, but this one will be a nice three-shot, it looks like. Oh, Dan. Alright, 4. Maybe 4 rounds. Dan was intimidated by the beards again. About out of heal potions here. So at this pace, it's like an hour for a level up. Which means if you really wanted to get the 3 attacks per round, you're looking at 6 hours of grinding. Definitely would not recommend it. Especially if you lost those extra attacks as soon as that slow 2 happens. But on the flip side, it would be real nice to have those extra strength points. Alright, let's dump the last of the heal potions on. Down to 7,700 XP left. That would be 28 mucks or 36 ogres. Minus a muck. Another option we haven't really explored is sharks. Sharks do give you about as much XP as a muck does, and I don't think they run away. That could be one worth trying. Sharks and Arsahags probably both stick around at this level. Hey, Capital Madman. Dan is doing Dan things. In an extremely, not at all surprisingly Danish way. But we'll go for Astos is whenever we can beat him. We've tried Astos a whole bunch, and so far not been successful. We're now going to being +1 over the NES level that we killed him at. Sharks won't run away until level 20 or so. Well, we are kind of over level 20. We're working on level 22 currently. That's why we're having a lot of problems with regular enemy encounters. Like, ogres start running at 18, arachnids at 16, asp at 14. Those are all getting pretty flighty. Whereas things here, like mucks, arbones, shadows, they all go at least to like level 24, I think. Shark, same as Arbo, okay. I think that's like level 26 then. So we should be able to do Sharks no problem. Imagine Arsag's pretty similar. The nice thing about those fights is that you're close to a town, so that you don't have to pile in the heal potions, you don't have as much travel time. Yeah, rarity's gonna be another factor. Muck should be like 18.8% here in this cave. It feels like it's less. That's what they should be. These things are supposed to be 9.4%. And I want to say, like, I'm getting mucks like every 6 or 7 battles. One other downside of Sharks is that the boat has an even lower encounter rate. So you do have to spend a while to get those fights to start. Come on, Carl, we just want one more good battle here. Is that so hard for you? The lack of encounter manipulation like NES has is definitely a thing that you're feeling a bunch more. Early on in the game, you got away with just how much easier the matchups were compared to NES. Like, you could get through the battles much faster. But as soon as it started to be, like, difficult to get the fights, that's where NES would have a big advantage for, you know, being able to pull the specific encounters out that you want. Particularly on the overworld. In dungeons, it's not as effective, because you don't have an easy way of skipping in between battles, other than if you're fighting on the top floor. No trap tiles other than witches, that is correct. This is the only trap tile accessible until you got the Mystic Key. Once you get past Astos, you can fight mummies. You got the image trap tile. You got a cobra trap tile. None of these would really help, but they would be there. But if you can get past Astos, you have so many other things that you get as well for prizes. You can definitely get an Earth Elemental fight. There's a pretty nice location for it in Earth Cave. I think that's one that we looked at for grinding on NES Solo Thief. Comparing Earth to Hall of Giants to the Crescent Lake encounters. And for that one, I'm pretty sure we ended up with Crescent Lake as being our overall pick. Just need Crawl to panic. Or the paralyzed end. One of the two. See you later, Crawl. This should be our last battle before heading out. We'll grab Mr. R-Bones here. It'll put us about 7,000 XP away. Looking at 35 ogres, or to find something else that we can quickly grab. Maybe able to snag some shadows on the way out as well. It's another relatively low pain fight. Yeah, just the bone's not worth it. There's a bone crawl fight up here, but there's never an R-Bones on this floor. So unfortunately, you cannot do R-Bone grinding. The muck's a lot less common on that top floor. Just overall, not as nice of a spot. The Grimps are going to start running at this level. For some reason, Grimp has really high morale compared to a lot of common monsters that you find much, much later than them. And there's one that ran. So they definitely are below their morale threshold. Only one running. It's too bad they're worth like nothing for XP. Same as the werewolves. Okay, so that would be level 20 or... Is it 20 or 21 for the werewolves? I think it's 20. I don't remember them running away until our most recent trip. Good one step. And ambushed by wolves. Iguana's near Provoca. There's iguanas west of Provoca. And southwest. They're generally in the slightly lower level zone. I know iguanas have pretty good morale. They're just not worth enough to bother with. Mooglex, welcome in. We put 30 minutes into Astos and actually didn't beat our high score from level 20. Which is disappointing for Dan. Fleeing is based on the enemy morale and your lead character's level. So with Dan being currently level 21, that'll determine what the percentage chance of enemies running away is for their given morale value. Back to Elfland we go. I'm gonna see how the boat is. I'm gonna see, like, is that worth doing? Just like how many sharks and arsehags do we get compared to other types of encounters? I already know the ocean monsters are gonna be probably pretty bad for gold. Think crits are higher in NES? Well, if you're just looking at the winning fight, that's gonna be a super lucky battle. I don't think we came anywhere close to that 168 before actually beating Astos. I want to say our previous high score before the 168 was maybe right around a triple digit mark. How much concern is gold? Well, it depends on how quickly I use up heal potions. Right now I got about 5 full stacks of them. And I'm getting enough gold that I'm at least breaking even on those marsh cave trips. But if I start killing monsters that are worth less gold, and I'm using more heal potions as doing it, then eventually our stock is going to go down and we'll have to focus on things that get us cash positive battles. Do another 15 puzzle. Yeah, we can do another one, but it's probably getting tougher to get first place times on it. First place is the only one that gets you that big 10,000 gold reward. Normally just doing a 15 puzzle is like a very small return. I basically just got the boat and did 2 15 puzzles right away to get 20,000. That covered a lot of our purchases at the beginning of the game. Something you can't do in the NES version. I guess you have to fight Kaizaku for a little while. Grab the money out of Dwarf Cave and stuff like that. It's refreshing having the cash immediately. Well, the shark's running away. So I'm going to say boat unlikely to be a winner. Sharks at 21. Well, we are level 21, so that does fit. Guess the other tack is to see, has Peninsula Power gotten any better since our last time there? Yeah, up until now it's always been enemies not running until one level past what they were supposed to on NES. That'd be the first one that actually ran at its expected level. The 15 puzzle isn't bad until you start needing to get under 30 seconds. That's where it gets a lot tougher. Like, I can pretty much bang out 30 to 35 second times very consistently. But once you start going to like 25 seconds, it's real tough to keep up with those. To manipulate your level ups, yes, but it's a lot easier when we can save anywhere. And so what I'm thinking about doing is giving Peninsula Power another crack. We only need a couple thousand XP for this level up. We got most of that level done in that Marsh Cave trip. So this is more for science than anything else right now. It's like, can we feasibly get good XP still? Or are we stuck with pretty much just doing the Marsh Cave for a long time? I would really hope 3 hits is not required. I mean, if we could get 122 damage on Astos at level 20, and we're getting a decent strength boost every single level up, there's no reason other than it needs a lot of luck that we can't beat him basically right now. Hoping for single wyvern, we're hoping for 3 fur wolves. We'll try 2 giants for science, although I don't think 2 giants is going to work out. 2 zombies. Actually, 1 zombie might be feasible. 2 is probably too much. Giving me hope here, Dan. Alright, maybe our hope's fading. I need to dodge. That wasn't too far off for 2 zombies, so definitely could do 1 zombie. Might be able to do 2 giants. I think 2 zombies is harder than 2 giants, so doesn't seem completely unrealistic. And this level coming up has a guaranteed strength point. We'd be giving up the guaranteed, or not the guaranteed, but the try at the strong level up. That would be the big downside to taking it as is. You don't have a lot of really solid level ups at this range. 2 and a first strike, okay. Dan! Blowing a great opportunity there. You know, Giants doing about as much damage as the Zombies did. Seems like they're a little bit harder to hit. We got more HP this time going after the top one. 18, come on, Dan. Oh, Dan. If he had done doubles there, he'd be in a pretty good spot. As it is, he needs a very good dodge. 2 good dodges. Not quite. Not quite. Yeah, he's just a little bit short of 2 Giants or 2 Zombies. 2 Giants is the minimum for that formation, whereas Zombies could go down to 1, although it's unlikely. Well, there's 3 less Wyverns. Maybe we talk about that one. We actually beat a solo Wyvern a couple levels ago, so we know it's possible. That was the only thing at Peninsula Power we successfully fought. Well, there's 1 Zombie. This one should be doable. Pretty lucky to get it. It's a 1 in 12 chance this formation's going to roll a single Zombie. Here we go. 1,000 experience. That's $4 worth. Also probably pays for itself in potions. Triple Giants with their 36 abs. The abs are multiplying. So we know we can do solo Zombie. We can do solo Wyvern. We still have not seen a single Furwolf battle. Is a Tyro a good fight? Tyro would be delicious and yet also completely impossible. And we'll see if we get lucky. Answer probably no. Yeah, he's not even close on that double giant fight. Other than getting that first strike and then blowing the free round. Meanwhile, where are the Furwolves? Troll's gonna be too much. This thing's gonna hurt really, really badly. Yeah, 100 damage. Don't know if we can get lucky here, but we're gonna give it a try. That would have been a good round to kill him. That would have been a really good round to kill him, Dan. Think evasive thoughts. Think more evasive thoughts. Dan was not thinking. There was no thinking at all. Trolls are easier to kill, but they hit really hard. If we had a silver bracelet, Troll would be way less threatening. But alas, we do not. Here's what Tyro does to you. It hurts a lot. Actually, better the result than I expected. He was maybe 2/3 of the way through that fight. Ooh, double giant ambush again. And he blows it again! Just has to get a good opening round. And take less damage, and not miss. For clearly the same encounter as the Mox. 20% chance of not showing up, 80% chance of not showing up, and a 1% chance of showing up when they feel like it. Oh, Warmech's gonna be a completely different story. That one's gonna be very painful. 1 in 64 encounter rate on Warmech. And even with that floor having a very high encounter rate overall, it's not gonna be pretty. %9% for 4, so they're 9.4%. That definitely should have appeared a couple times by now. And of course, we get 7 of them. We're hoping for a 3-pack. We're gonna see also if we can one-shot them at all. Forget about reliably. Just, is it possible to one-shot a werewolf? 85, okay. It's the most we've seen for HP. Do a couple more rolls. And then there's a 50. All right. So we got close on one of the attacks, but their evasion rate seems high enough that one-shotting them is unlikely. Definitely we need a small group. I think we could do a 3-pack of Furwolves. We could find a 3-pack. Here's a 4-pack. 79. So yeah, once again a little bit short. Boy, does that frost breath hurt. $65. Alright, we're not going to win this one. 84 though. So more data. 76. $77. Definitely could do a 3-pack. Means there's 3 formations we could do. 3-pack of Furwolves, Solo Zomble, and Solo Wyvern. All of which are going to be incredibly rare. These double giants you have to be super lucky on. I wouldn't be shocked if we could do a double Zomble with a bunch of tries. Yeah, it's Solo Giant with most of our life gone. Yeah, it's just a little bit off on like everything. Troll Zomble, yeah, maybe. If you get that troll down quickly, you could have a chance at it. Have you ever got critical hits? Zomble Troll will never be first strike. You can get first strike on the Giants, you can get first strike on the Furwolves. But the Zomble Troll, it's an unrunnable fight. So you'll always have a neutral start. Alright, maybe it's true that if we had critical hits, we wouldn't have this problem in the first place. We got a couple criticals in Astos. Like, it's a very streaky thing. You'll go a long time with no crits, and then get like 3. Enemies South Provoker are the same as the one by Elfland. So unfortunately, there's not really a lot of possibilities for us location-wise. Yeah, the Grogu's there are the same as the Elfland ones, though. You get that around Marsh Cave for the exact same encounters. Peninsula too powerful. Likely it is. Like, this is kind of the science of trying to pick out what are the good spots to go after. We discovered that boat wasn't good because sharks are running. We put some time into this. Got one successful fight. The Momon Peninsula power is gone in this version. We tried to find it. That would have been a really good one to have. I think after doing this experimentation, really it is the Marsh Cave Mucks that seem to be the best bet. They're pretty slow, because you don't get them all that often. But the Muck is a monster that doesn't run away, doesn't do a lot of damage. Worth pretty good experience. It's just their appearance rate that's a problem. Let's try this one again. Let's see if we get trolled. That 32 is probably going to be our death. Yeah, we need to not get hit a third time by the troll fight. Even with just the 2 hits on the troll. Switching over to Zomble would be very dicey. Wizards aren't worth enough. Like, you're basically resetting until you get 2 of them. And even then, it's a pretty tough battle. So you're draining all of your heal potions for what's essentially like 2 mucks worth of experience. And I'll get this like 3 more tries at Peninsula Power, but I think we're going back to the Marsh Cave Dive. Finish off this level, and then give Astos another go. Can always come back here later if we have to. Ooh, there's the solo Zomble. Just gotta give him deadlines. And having a power outage here at the Peninsula Power. Just barely takes him out. Right now we're 3,000 XP away, which is 15 ogres. If we can get him to stick around. That is 12 mucks, which is a pretty doable amount. Yeah, from right now, it's not a lot of Wizard type in the Cal, but this is after we did a full Marsh Cave grind. And we're down to the last, 20% of the level. Hey, Code Data, welcome back. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Do I regret the challenges? I mean, I did the NES one. And this one is going to be less painful in the long run. That's what you have to keep in mind. We might slightly, very minorly be suffering right now. But after Astos is down, certainly after Lich is down, life will get better. I mean, after Astos, it is just a completely different feel. At that point, we can easily do solo giants, we can do solo trolls, we can do solo bulls, not zombulls, but regular bulls. In comparison to this, post-Astos is a complete breeze. Yeah, basically all of the suffering is front-loaded in this one. NES had suffering at the beginning, suffering at the end, and only a brief respite in the middle. Which still had a bunch of suffering, because you still had to manipulate all the level-ups. What do we do on Lich? We have a lot of HP. And we tank until we can tank no more. It's the same as NES Lich, except we can live through the damage spells a bit better. We're almost 22. We did some Peninsula Power Science that I will say was not quite fully successful. It revealed that we are unlikely to benefit from Peninsula Power at this level range. Just a small handful of battles that you can practically take at level 21 here. It's more than we could at the earlier levels, but not enough to be worthwhile. So let's grab our 2200 experience. That is 11 ogres worth of XP, if they stick around. You can definitely tell the monsters are not happy. Who would a fighter be? A fighter would be done with the game several hours ago. I think solo fighter would be probably 6 hours to kill Chaos. Maybe 7 or 8, but in that time range. Yeah, we got an ogre and 2/3 in that fight. Can maybe get another fraction here. You want to try it? Definitely would recommend maybe starting with an easier character class. Or do the GB or PSP version. Those will be a lot more friendly because you can get past Astos in, 35 minutes. GBA Solo Thief would be done by now as well. Yeah, at least in this version, there's not much difference between Solo Thief and Solo Ninja. NES, it's a pretty big difference because of how hard Temple of Fiends is. Like, Solo Ninja probably wouldn't need to manipulate their level ups after the Astos battle was done. So they've got that really crummy first half, but then they save, 4 or 5 hours in the second half pretty easily. Which will have something very similar to, thanks to the Power Glove working. Fast makes a difference. They have way better armor. They have way, way better weapons. Like, you're going from the rune sword to the katana as your pre-Masmune weapon. Picking up Flame Mail and Ice Shield for decent upgrade of defense over Opal Bracelet and Pro Cape. Four and a half ogres. Four ogres. Starting as a ninja. We'll just take all the challenge out of it. Starting as a ninja is basically starting as a fighter. Ninja's got most of the same gear as a fighter. Worse stats, but you get the fast spell. And you get Fire 2 and Lit 2 for early in the game. Not that it would make a really huge difference, except in a couple of spots. It's mostly trading stats for a fast cast. Starting a master would make it a bit harder. Like, you'd have to dodge the rub spell on Astos a little bit more. You get spellcast at 15, but you can pretty easily get that. Like, level 15 on a fighter is no problem. You take that ninja, you slap on early iron armor, silver sword, and you're basically a fighter like 4 or 5 levels lower. So if the fighter could do Astos like level 8 or 9, ninja's doing it at, 12 or 13. Retargeting is new in this version. It was optional in the Wonder Swan version, but I think it's on permanently for PlayStation, even on normal difficulty. Two to go. And how tough is this level? We have level 22. We need the strong level up. Guaranteed strength, guaranteed agility. So this would be about a 1 in 4, 1 in 5. This is like the easy end of level ups. Average time for the challenge would imply that other people would do this challenge. I think I will revise my my challenge estimate back up to like maybe 25 to 30 hours for this. I was hoping Astos would be similar to NES or even slightly better. We had a really good Mickey time on this compared to Astos, so it's like, alright, it feels like it could go faster. Alright, Dan, Did not get strong level. Try again. Yeah, NES Astos was pretty hard. This one seems slightly harder because of the Dark spell. That's the one thing that's making it just a tiny bit worse. Also, it seems like we don't crit as often and we get rubbed more often, but that could just be people imagining things. Keep trying, Dan. Oh, for 3. I want to say the worst we have been on the struggle is 7 tries. Over 4. Ooh, we should do another prediction for Astos. This one's gonna feel pretty bad for the time on it, but let's put 16:30 on the clock. Whether we can get a fast one after this level up. Gives me about 20 minutes to get it done once the level up is in hand. That's 6 tries. Dan can have a new high score on strong level up attempts here. And 7th try, got it. 29 HP, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. We sailed right through that one. And we are going to go back to Astos. Alright, level 22. Another point of strength, another point of agility, another 2 points of magic defense. 29 points of HP. Another 2 points of accuracy. What's scary is they almost have enough money for the steel armor. That's the terrifying part of that. Level breaks 26 and 28. We would have to go ways further to get the 3 attacks. That's why I'm not really relying on the triple attack to power through this. Like, if we're going to 3 attacks, then it's gonna be like an extra day on Astos. Yeah, Saber for a higher critical hit rate. Hey, Mary-chan. Hope you're having a good day here. Hey, Dan gets a crit there. That is a crit in like the last hour. Just needs to do 6 in one fight. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Really wastes his time. Come on, Dan, get out of there. You don't need to play with the wolves. Why doesn't the battle end if everybody tries to flee? Because Dan is not smart enough to realize that we could just all go home. We're done a Final Fantasy V 4-job fiesta. I haven't done the fiesta for a couple of years. The summer is usually really busy for me, so it doesn't go well with my schedule. But for anybody interested in the 4-job fiesta, I would say my favorite party combinations are actually the ones that have some of the more interesting characters, like Dancer, the Beast Tamer. Those make things a little bit more fun for the fights. And here we go, Astos, try number 1. I am sure it's going to be first try here, and we'll have no problems with this. $28, good start. Dan didn't die. 38. Needs to dodge that slow. Alright, didn't get it, but 47. 48. $49. $50. Stuck at 50 here. $51. $52. $53. $53. All right. Opening bid at level 22. Gets about 1/3 of the way through the fight. $36, another crit start. Another miss. Come on, Dan. All right, here goes the slow. Dodges it. 40. 42. 54. Could be an interesting one. 55. 84. Get another slow dodge. Still in it. 86. Sunglasses. That's gonna hurt, but 140 damage. 141. 143. 145. 146. This is a big rub. No, Dan going down. 146 damage, new high score. If he had survived that rub, that would have been a really good chance at it. And Fred, thank you very much for the host there. You are just in time for the Astos Power Hour, where we try to power through Astos with our solo thief. And it is going to be exciting. Just hit a new high score on Astos. 146 out of 168. Let's try it again. 1. Eight. 9, 10. $13, 23. Oh, don't worry, Dan will start over on his own. He does not need assistance. Zero. I really thought that 144 was gonna be it, but let's see if we can do it again. 1. Good. 1 more damage than last time. If this trend continues, within 167 battles, we should be winning. Back down to 0. 28. Come on, Dan, dodge that slow. Did not dodge that slow. Promising start for 1 round. 29. 30. 31. 38. 43. 48. 3 attacks is level 28. 49. 50. This game doesn't use MP. The enemies will just cast spells in a predictable order. So he's got 8 spells he does and then goes back to the beginning. So every 8 spells he'll do a rub. Plan now, just outlast him. Eventually he will get bored and go away. I mean, you'd think the pile of dead Dans on his doorstep would be a serious deterrent. Our strength's actually pretty good, that we got a really bad weapon. If we had a silver sword, it would be crushing him right now. Five. 6. 7. 8. 9. 17. 18. 27. 54. 61. This is the saber. 65. 66. If only half of those hits had been criticals, we would have beaten them. Merely half. No, stamens never wear off. Got dirt. It ended up being pretty respectable here. Got about halfway through the fight. What is our crit chance? Bad. Our crit chance just says bad. What? We might be getting level 23 at this rate. We did set a new high score. I am proud of that. Is it 4 minutes for our prediction? Yep! 16:30. Let's see whether we can get some more in here. We'll keep going until we're past 16:30 on the clock for starting the fight. There can always be hope at the end of the tunnel. Or there could be death. One of the two. Minutes to go. 4 good crits. Yeah, we do about 25 to 30 on a crit. Let's say the crits are worth 25 apiece. If you survive through 2 full rounds, you could do like 40 to 60 non-crit damage. I'd still rather have 5 crits. That might be a little bit safer. Zogmek, thank you very much for coming back for 6 months. Hope you're having a great day here and enjoying our Solo Thief Challenge. Also hope you're having a wonderful, shiny new orb coming your way as well. Yeah, if you see something in the 50s, that's definitely going to be 2 crits in 1 round. That's a lot to ask for. The boss music new? Yes, there was not a boss theme at all in the original version of the game. 13? Can Dan dodge the slow? You cannot. 14. 15. There's no other boss themes besides this one. They don't have all the custom theme ones for the fiends. 35. It's not completely impossible. Just mostly impossible. $69. High so far is 144. We were a crit away. And then get 69 on Astos. Runeseeker 22, have a good night. This will be our last one through before heading back to the Marsh Cave. 7. And that's it for this attempt through. Let's go ahead and declare defeat of Dan. But total success on our increased knowledge. $18,000 experience. Let's go. $18,000 experience is 72 mucks we need to kill. Guess it's faster to come from this side of it. So we already got the save up here on the memo side of the save equation. Is Estes harder? He's a little bit harder because of the dark spell working, but also it's a lot of luck involved in getting the fight to go well. Like, that 144 easily could have been the winning fight. Another peninsula try. I don't think we're that close on any of the really critical battles. We've got 25 more hit points and a little bit more damage from the increased strength. And so maybe you could start doing the Zomble single troll occasionally. But until you can do double giant, I think that's the really critical one to be. Here's when Peninsula actually becomes an interesting thing. And by the time you're doing that, I gotta imagine that you're well past Astos. The nice thing about two giants is that that's a relatively common formation. Giant is the most popular enemy type. Two giants is going to happen 1 out of 3 times. So you can pretty quickly get those. You know, it'll take a little bit of time, but not like an hour to get a fight set up. Whereas solo Zomble's 1 in 12. So that's super hard. Alright, back to the marsh. Belmont Peninsula power is unfortunately not in this version. I tried to get it. They've redesigned the maps, and we went after a couple of plausible squares for it, but none of them showed any signs of having the Melmond area encounters. Down we go to the bottom. Yeah, a lot of damage for this. I really shouldn't take gargoyle fights. That's 1 muck worth of experience and probably like 3 mucks worth of damage. But it's better than not getting any fights at all. Which is something that's kind of been a bit of an issue. The muck should have been appearing a lot more often than I think we've seen it. So a bit of RNG shenanigans going on here. Like this. Should be all over the place here. These I'm okay if the arachnids run away. The muck's the real value. Arachnid's just a bonus if it sticks around. I'd rather not get poisoned. Because that makes the trade-off a lot less desirable. We'll take that. The pure muck fights are what we really want. The ones in that poisonous party mix formation. We'll deal with. We'll definitely deal with them if we get them. And our bones, crawl runs away is good. He paralyzes Dan, that's not so fun. I guess we could try the wizard fight. We've been writing it off because of just how bad it is for value. But at some point, we need to do the science on it again. Really doubt it's going to beat these mucks out. Oh, I wish we could do a giant grind. Once we're past Astus and fighting giants, the life of the thief takes a dramatic turn for the positive. It's like suddenly then there is just all kinds of wonderful and beautiful opportunities opening up. I suppose in terms of quantity of grinding, this is quite extraordinary. That is definitely true. By far the longest grind we've had to do. Alright, so we're going to experiment on wizards. We want to see what a good 2-wizard fight looks like at this level. That is 2 wizards too many. New record, yeah, 144. We were 1 crit away. That is a little bit too much science. Alright, 2. Dodge a little bit more. Still getting hit pretty hard. Still taking a bunch of damage, but if we can two-shot him... And we can't. That would have been a good bit of data. So it looks like we're just gonna barely win against two wizards. And that is 2 mucks worth of experience. Just not worth it. Takes a couple of tries to set up, and then you're blowing all your potions in like 3 battles. Yeah, Wizard's about the same as a Muck or a Groger. They're all very similar in their XP. Which, if you're looking at it from like a heavily armed fighter's perspective, it makes a little bit more sense. Like a Groger's got a lot more HP than a Wizard does. And they're not doing that much more damage. Because just soaking up all those hits with the hefty iron armor. Now, there's no actual Cobras here yet. Asp has been renamed to Cobra. So if you see them hanging around, that is what those are. Is accuracy worth less damage? No. You could do the same thing with the scimitar, which would be a better choice. But until you're getting 3 attacks per round with it, it's not going to beat the saber. Yeah, I think Cobras became Anacondas. They renamed a bunch of monsters, because these are the Famicom names rather than the NES names. So sometimes it's a bit confusing. Cobra's after you have the magic key. You need to beat Astos to get those chests. There's our muck. So you can snag some arachnids as well while we're here. Looks like we got one of them. So, a muck and a half. I think he had one-shot mucks before, but it's certainly a welcome sight. Astos record currently 144. Means it's really close between trying to just do more Astos attempts or more levels at this point. We know with slightly better luck, Ashes would have gone down. But it takes a lot of luck to even get to that point. Stacking, we get 1 point of strength, 25 to 30 hit points, 2 points of magic defense, 2 points of accuracy. And 37% more marsh foot. This is 23, so this is going to be one of the tough ones. Every couple levels you have to get a strength point and a large HP gain at the same time. We would take strength over large HP, like if it doesn't happen within a dozen tries. I just go with the strength point because that is more significant on the Astos battle to have the increased damage. And we'll get the max HP by somewhere in the mid-30s at this rate. All it does is push it out one level for what our final target is. Yeah, I think you gotta dodge the slow. You gotta dodge rub at least twice. Rub very, very slowly gets better. But as a solo thief, that is what takes you out of most battles. Is RNG the same? The RNG is not the same, but the base gains are the same. You'll have a lower chance of the bonus stat points, and you have, well, an actual chance of getting bonus HP, which does not exist on NES. Wasted his crits on these gargoyles. The slower stack gain hurts us for when we're trying to get the strength and agility points. But the HP gain means that you don't need to care about vitality. And you don't really need to care about where in the level ranges you end up. So there's some nice trade-offs there. I wouldn't say it's completely better or completely worse. It's just a little bit of an exchange in both directions. Hardest solo, definitely the Thief, especially in this version. Solo White Mage on this version would be pretty much a breeze. White Mage does really well until you get to the end of the game. And then you got a big, big problem trying to go through Temple of Fiends. But if you had the Power Glove, suddenly the White Mage is going to be knocking things just over left and right. So I think you kind of cruise with that character class with Power Glove enabled. There's 3 mucks. And a nice big chunk of our level up. So right now we're looking at 51 more mucks to go. Yeah, White Mage doesn't get fade. You don't get Fade, you don't get Cure 4. You get Heal 3, but that is not as important. It's just a little bit of value. Got nothing else for those spell slots. How slow are the potions? Very slow. Compared to GBA, we just mash them out. Like, you can full heal on GBA in like 2 or 3 seconds. It just takes so long on this. It'd be really nice if you were to leave. Nope, Krell's gonna be a jerk. Yeah, you're trading Memo Save for not being able to predict the encounters and having a higher encounter rate. Ultimately, the Memo Save is going to be better in the dungeons. Because even if you can predict encounters and you've got a low encounter rate, you're going to eventually have to hit encounters somewhere. Whereas Memo Save can get you around all of those. But on the overworld, the encounter manipulation actually comes out ahead. Especially getting experience. Yeah, NES Astos, we definitely lucked out a lot. We could have easily gotten Astos on either of our two high scores. The one at level 20 or the one at level 22. But it's the little things in that fight that are going to either get you through it or end up with Dan face down. That's one of the really difficult things about, this decision is, let's say we spend 80 minutes on this level up. That's a lot of Astos tries you could put in there, versus having a little tiny improvement statistically. Oh, I definitely would have taken the Grooves. That would have been a good enemy. Like, there's a lot of enemies in this version of the game where they could have had either the name as is, or pretty directly packed into those 8 characters, or for whatever reason they decided to just go with something different. And that has led to much confusion. People move between the versions. Yeah, I don't think the early poison's gonna come out for doing those werewolf packs. For a while, we were doing really good at getting resistances on those status touch attacks. And just the fact that we're dodging the crawls is pretty amazing. They hit a lot of times, and paralysis is one that will very noticeably end your battle. A mockery of the muckery. Who would do such a terrible thing? But we're definitely going back to Astos after we get the level up. That's been our strategy the whole time. Give him like 30 minutes. If it doesn't work out, grind a level. At some point it's going to be just grind Astos until it works. Because we know we're really close. Hey Jar Jar, this is 3 levels we've done today. About 2.5. We're coming up on getting our 3rd. We can finally get some mucks to show up. Take out these rude bones. Every point of strength adds attack. On average, we get 3 points of damage for strength point. We don't get any relief from this Bone Zone Brigade. I'm really surprised the regular bones aren't fleeing at these levels. Arbon I can understand, it's a much higher level monster that's found in the Ice Cave. But the regular bones, they're from Temple of Fiends. Definitely the beards. That is probably causing it. Makes sense. One more level for Bones. Which means it's gonna be a rare flea at that point. Level 22 Astos high score is 144. So it's really, really close. How do we kill off the thieves. We just had the imps punch them before we started the first fight. Does the thief suck more or less in this version? The thief, I mean, really can't get any worse than the NES version. Like, that is a bad character. Better outfit. I mean, without the blue hair, I don't think that, aesthetically, this thief could possibly win that competition. I mean, that's just such a big negative to start out with. Look at me for our first two-shot R-Bones. Come on, Dan. Nice! First time two-shotting him. You've got a nice quick fight like this. The R-Bone actually is really good value. Problem is, Dan seems to like to do them in 17 rounds. And nearly die in the process. Is with this gargoyle swarm. If we could get mucks this frequently, we would be level 79 by now. Thank you. Just the mucks I was looking for. Well, they are hurting quite a lot. It will be worth it in the end. We're coming to the end of our first trip here. We got halfway through the level up. Can't do that many more of these hard battles at this rate. Definitely a concern for pace. I mean, we're actually almost getting to the point where the level curve flattens out. Still a ways to go for it, but it's kind of amazing to think about that. Normally you would still be in that big exponential part of the curve. But at a certain level, all the remaining levels take about the same amount of experience. So it kind of reflects that, you know, at a certain part of the game, you're not really encountering new monsters. And we're gonna see that, like, right around the time that we're doing Lich, instead of being in, you know, Sky Castle. Next big power spike, I guess technically 26 would be a big jump in power. That's 3 attacks with the scimitar. So you do a little bit less damage, but pre-slow you would hit more often. You need 28 for the same trade-off on the saber. So that's slow, that really is a big deal in the Astos fight. If you can avoid getting rubbed twice and slowed like 4 times, then you got a very good chance of getting enough attacks in. But that's asking for a lot of dodges. Doing good on the muck bucks. Dan is taking home a fortune here. Something we finally need to have happen. I don't know if preempt is worth it for a triple. Just get a neutral start on a double. Yeah, even with the preemptive, we took half of our health off for about a muck and a half there. That got me through my potion stack. We'll call that the end of this cycle. And it looks like it's 80 minutes a level at this point. So we better not need any more of these to get past Astos. Alright, other than the slight bad attraction. Mysteriously, it feels like this floor actually has a much higher encounter rate than floor 3. I guess it's a bit more linear, so you're kind of running at full speed across it. Instead of having all those stretches where you're, turning or not getting your maximum travel velocity. We've already broken down Astos' damage. Like, we saw greater than once back at level 17. What really is the question is, like, what our probabilities are for, like, how often are you going to get those higher rolls? And how much of an influence is it going to be when you have X number of tries at the fights. Oh, minimum greater than 1. That would be pretty big. Maybe I guess it's only one-shot shadows now. Nope! Never mind. Black Mage's the easiest to beat Astos solo, no, the fighter is. Just because the fighter can get to Astos faster than the Black Mage can. Could maybe argue for Red Mage, but I think fighter wins that race. Hey Perrin, this is the PlayStation 1 version. GB and PSP have a lot of changes to the game that significantly decrease the difficulty. This one is the closest to NES in difficulty overall. And what we found is it's probably harder to Astos, although much easier to Chaos. Yeah, 96 sounds more likely to be correct. So I think this came out right around the same time as Final Fantasy VII did. They started doing these collections. There's 3 collections overall on the PS1. There's this one, which is Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Then there's Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Trigger. And there's Final Fantasy 5 and 6. I think that's where they're grouped together. All well worth it, although I would definitely say that Chrono Trigger is hurt a lot by the load times. Max out our potions. Might as well grab some cabins. I keep buying cabins, even though we don't really use all that many in this adventure. Because you can save any way you want. Cabin is just a slightly chunkier amount of HP recovery, and lets me do the memory card save as opposed to the memo file. It's our backup in case we have a power outage or something. Memo file will only last as long as your console is turned on. You will eventually need a memory card unless you do it in a single sitting. Let's see, where are we here? 7,000 XP to go. So this would be 27 mucks left. We try to do the monsters in this part of the world, it probably would take a while. I could maybe see if the Ghast and the Groger work out some. I don't know if we've done a lot of the over towards Marsh Cave fights for Overworld. 2 blocks! That's like $25 worth of memory card for Sony. It was outrageous how much save games cost for pretty much every Sony product ever. Up through the Vita. That was the last one that they tried to push their proprietary memory formats on people. But basically every single generation it was like, here's just enough saves for like a handful of games. So if you actually play a lot of games, you're going to be unhappy. And it's going to be like 10 times as much as like any other way of storing this data. I remember getting the multi-page memory cards for the PlayStation. So basically, once aftermarket ones started existing, they would have one that's like, 20 times as big as a Sony memory card, but you couldn't put all the saves in one place. So you'd have these pages, and you'd move back and forth with this control on the memory card, and it would remember your data about half the time. Still got one. I actually went and bought a big pile of PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 memory cards, maybe like 10 years ago when they started getting really, really cheap. Because I knew that at some point, things like those memory cards eventually get uncommon enough that they start going back up in price again. And so when it looked like they were going to be like about as cheap as they're ever going to get, I bought like 10 of each. So I am set on memory cards. Says 23, yes. 23 is the next level coming up. Can't change the pages anymore. Yeah, that one is probably... It is probably already corrupted your data so bad, Michele P, that it's somebody else's save files on there now. Do we have all the strength points? Yes, we have every strength point. We haven't gotten a lot of the agility points. That is something that has been a sacrifice. And we definitely haven't gotten the vitality points, but we don't need them because we get the strong level ups for the most part. I think we've gotten all but 2 strong level ups. See you later, Grimp. I just need the delicious werewolves that you come with. Damage. It doesn't feel like we're doing 40 damage, but Asus has a lot of physical defense. So I wouldn't be shocked at it. I mean, we've been with criticals one-shotting ogres at times. kind of like the Bone Zone. There's some good XP in the werewolves, especially if you get both of them. But then you have all of these low-quality Grimps hanging out. It just takes turns to deal with them, even if they're not really dangerous. Alright, level-wise, 5,600 to go, so that would be 28 ogres. Might be a tough level to get the points on. We could go and just say we're doing the strength point and not worry about the strong level up, because that's not been the issue with Astos. So I think it'll be our second strong level up that we miss. Pushes up to around like 37 or so to hit 999. Making you grimpy. Possibly just the heat. So I'm wondering where the other encounters are. Looking for that Groger fight, maybe the Ghast fight. If you get 1 or 2 Ghast, it's actually a pretty good battle most of the time. I was kind of surprised by that. I was thinking the Ghast would be basically unusable. But instead, it's nothing but first striking werewolves. I think they've got like a 75% ambush rate. It's really filthy. Although, ooh, if we get both the strength point and the stronghold level up, at that point Peninsula Power does become a little bit more attractive. It's like, maybe you could squeeze in those double giants. I think it's more like that level 26 though is going to be required for that. Alright, let's take a stroll. Maximum non-crit of about 12. Does that sound right? Doesn't sound unbelievable. I feel like we've gotten single hits higher that were non-crits, but definitely not by a large amount. Nice preemptive there. If we get lots of first strikes, then the monsters running away is a little bit less of an issue. I want to know who's giving those spiders power tools. And how do they get the cords this long to stretch? Yeah, quad gas a little bit too much. Geist have your first couple of stun attacks that you're dealing with. And while they don't have a lot of hit points, with multiple attacks per round, it is very likely they'll paralyze you. Good round there. Alright. 4K to go. Grinding is slower than you expect. Once the monsters start running away, that's where it becomes problematic. You basically get faster and faster at getting levels. Even though the levels are more experienced, you accelerate, one less round of the battles makes a big difference, and then 2 less rounds, and 3 less rounds, and so on. But then the monsters start running away, and it becomes way tougher to get the experience that you need. No Astos as of yet, that is correct. But I would be pretty shocked if we do not get Astos on this next level up. We'll be 2 levels past the NES one, and certainly a lot more HP. Other stats are going to be a couple points higher. 2 strength, 4 magic defense, 4 accuracy. Just enough to get you a bit more percentage chance of all the moves succeeding. Almost cool, almost! No Dark works in this version. Dark, unfortunately, works. Makes it real tough to deal with the fight once you go through the first loop of it. Bigger one to worry about, though, is slow. That is going to be a very large decrease in damage. Well, for the shadows, we got so much accuracy compared to what we need that they're not a big deal. Like, you'll see that we'll hit 1s more often. But we're pretty strong compared to them. Next hit 26 for the scimitar, 28 for the saber. So kind of like the Shadow grind. You just get so many more battles compared to the Mucks. And there's a chance you could still see Mucks up here, but they're very rare compared to third floor. I guess the sunglasses kicking in. Yeah, a little less travel time. Still have a really long walk to Elfland. So using up your heal potions is gonna be like a couple minutes of travel. But I'm mostly going for like, since we only need, you know, a quarter level. Do the consistent spot instead of the high value but low percentage chance. XP, basically 3 shadows is 1 muck. So each time we get a shadow fight, we're getting about 1 muck worth of experience. These are going to be pretty good. If only we could avoid paralysis from the ghouls. With 4 of them, that's unlikely. Yep, here he goes. Making change for Agamas. Alright, so if you got an Agama and a Shadow together, that's 10 mucks worth of experience. Hey T-Bo, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We are currently grinding out level 23 on these shadows. Got about 10 more battles left to go on them. Nine more to go. That is correct. We beat NES Astos 2 levels lower than this. And we came really close on one of our Astos tries. So it was a tough call to say, let's do more levels as opposed to just more tries. But what has swayed me is that I know that Astos is a little bit harder on this version, so I don't know how likely it is that you can really grind them out with the RNG that we need. Astos, the true final boss, basically. I mean, if you can beat Astos, then the rest of the Thief run is just so much easier in comparison. Who can solo grind the Peninsula Power the earliest? Probably Black Mages. They get some dodges. If you want a legitimate fighter, it's get that iron armor and a couple more iron pieces of gear, silver sword, and you can probably beat giants and zombies without too much luck. Yeah, 1 fire 2 for a wolf. For a zombie and troll, you need to get some dodges. You can kill the troll in one shot, but the zombie takes more than one. And essentially the way it goes is that you level up so fast on those that you really just get your first lucky break. Maybe it takes you 10 tries to get it, but the first one gets you a level, and then the next one gets you a level, it's a little bit easier, and the next one gets you another level, it's a little bit easier. And this starts being like 2 battles per level, but it's still like progressively easier and easier to get those fights done. And you just can completely dominate. Fighter will have a bit of a slower growth curve, but they'll jump into killing a giant or killing a zombie one-on-one, like, surprisingly fast. Trolls as well. Fighters will do really well versus trolls. And all the criticals in the fight. And 1,200. There's 6 ogres left to go. Black Belt magic defense growth is the same up until GBA. That's the first version that totally overhauls how magic defense works. Right, GBA pretty much overhauls how everything works. PlayStation, pretty faithful to the original on normal. On easy, it is some odd design choices to just really crank down the difficulty. Especially on like how spell slots work on easy. But then GBA just totally does everything from scratch. And I think it was a good idea to do that because a lot of the quality of life improvements were not really possible to wedge in without kind of rethinking about a lot of the game systems. Alright, a couple more shadow massages. Hey, Zaytoyak, we're working on Astos. This is level 23. We'll give Astos a really big chunk of time after this. I've been giving him like 20, 30 minutes. This one might be worth an hour of Astos tries. High score 144 out of 168, so we were really close at 22. 21 we actually didn't do particularly well. 20 we had like 104. So you could definitely see some improvement. We have 2 more of those packs, and then we will start our level up process. This one is going to be a tough level, unless we give up the strong level up. We have the strength point, which is about 1 in 10, and the strong level up, which is about 1 in 5, to hopefully do it at the same time. But if we have to pick between the two, the strength point is the more important. Man, he's been doing so good on these shadows. Now his damage has gone way down. Here we go. $483. Alright, so one more regular fight. We get the 4 shadow packs so that we can push it really close to the level up. So this is a 213. We can maybe find an ogre. If we can kill him before it runs away. That'll put us really, really close. With that, the shadow grind should be done here. Yeah, 213 for the level up. And we'll start to make our cracks at it. So let's just shy. That's perfect. Puts us right off the cusp of the level. So now, basically anything. I'm not sure if a regular wolf would do it, but even that might be enough XP. So let the leveling games begin. Try number 1. No points. We award it no points. Try number 2. No points. We will ideally see plus 30 and a strength. But if we can't get both, strength is going to be my priority. And I'll say 18 hours is where we're going to stop trying to get the really good level up. We should definitely get at least a strength point by then that I can bank with a tent save. Yeah, the HP just feels weird. Like, even passing on some of these strong level ups, we're still going to be way, way over pace of the NES. And that'll be a nice relief to have kind of that whole HP situation taken care of. In fact, I don't even have to go for many of the strong level ups. Like, just take the natural ones in there. A handful of the ones when you already have a guaranteed strength and agility point. And that should be enough by like level 40 to hit 999. There's a strength point. So that's a Sal, but a small level up. Does version cap out at 999? Yes. Double nuke. The problem is that because your heal potions do less healing, you're getting 24 instead of 30 per heal potion. You're still kind of limited to how much damage you can take on those fiend fights. It's like if you got 30 healing per fiend, or 30 healing per potion, on each of the fiends, you could take 750. And instead you're going to take only 600 before running out of potions on average. And if you have to manipulate like individual heal potions, you're going to have a sad day. Heal stuff you can't really do much with when you actually need it. Like by the time that you need it, it's past the point where you can get those good fights. 28, no strength point. What heal potion really helps with is for the random encounters on NES and for Phantom, you can kind of wipe out all of their damage. And while it doesn't completely let you use all of your potions on the fiend fights, like you'll still have the random encounters on the fiend floors on the way down, it's a big chunk of the value. Alright, so we know we need to get the strong level and the strength to get anything better. So if I don't see the strong level, we can reset right away. Of which we have seen one so far. We're giving this 10 minutes to get both of them at the same time. Got the HP, didn't get the strength point. 0 for 2. Hey, Chubblikins, welcome in. All will be well once we have defeated Astos. Astos, the Great Gatekeeper, is being a real big pain. Give Dan 7 more minutes to get the really good level up. Does make it a little bit nicer for the way to Lich. I think Lich is going to be 2 things. One is don't get paralyzed. And the other is have enough HP to tank his damage dealing spells. Hey Ellie, welcome in. Thank you very much for the host there. We are currently doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge for the PlayStation version. And the big gatekeeper of this run is Astos, who we are now trying to get to level 23 on this Solo Thief to see how well we do. So if you'd like to stick around, we're giving Astos tries momentarily. Just seeing if I can get a little bit better of a level 23 before we go in there. This night 3, yes. Doing about 6 or 7 hours a night for these attempts. It is something that I would not recommend single sitting, even with the slightly faster finish. PlayStation's still going to be a pretty intensive Solo Thief experience overall. Give it 5 more minutes and then go after Astos. Astos has 168 health. We have done quite a few attempts on the last couple levels. Our high score so far, 144 damage, which is really close. But you need so much luck for this fight to go well. Yeah, on NES we did this challenge and actually beat him at level 21, which looking back on it, that's kind of impressively good. And we somewhat naively strolled into his castle, thinking that we would do the same. But now 2 levels past it, we are still locked out of all the doors. All right, Dan, 4 more minutes to go for trying to get this. We're trying to get the strong level up, which is about 30 HP gain, together with a strength point. I've got one saved that just got the strength point but didn't get the HP gain, and that's my backup in case we don't get this in a reasonable amount of time. Does the PS1 version fix all the reasons the Thief is the worst ever? No, it turns out the Thief is still pretty bad. This version fixes most of the bugs, which generally the bugs in Final Fantasy were making the game harder rather than easier. So bug fixing simplifies things a bit. And one of the big ones is going to be that the Power Glove. Later on, we'll be able to use to seriously buff our damage output. That's going to be a big deal for basically the final bosses going through Temple of Fiends. Before that, this is really the hardest speed bump. And so on this version, I think this is going to be the hardest part. This was the second hardest part on the NES. A legit luck boost. He does get a luck point every single level up, but luck does very little in this. Luck will slightly improve your chances of getting a first strike. Which, since we really care about the bosses more than the random encounters by a large amount, first strikes are irrelevant. You can never get a first strike or an ambush on a boss fight. Two minutes to go. Here's a strong HP gain, but no strength point. 90 seconds left. It's the third time we got the strong HP but no strength. It's about a 1 in 5 of getting the strong HP and about a 1 in 10 of getting the strength point. So putting them together, it's a lot of tries, which is why I'm putting a cap on how long I'm willing to spend on this. Can we get an adequate weapon? We can get a minimal weapon with the key. Get the rune sword, which is the best weapon you will have until the Masmune. There is nothing in between those two. That's a large part of why the thief struggles so hard at the end of the game, is that if your weapon is terrible, and your accuracy is pretty bad so you don't have a lot of attacks, and you don't have a way of buffing, your damage is going to be really, really poor. Alright, one more try at it. Now that said, compared to the saber that I've got right now, the rune sword is going to seem amazing. Alright, Dan, last chance. Doesn't get it. Alright, so we're going to take the strength point that we got saved up here. Here's our level 23. Let's go in. I am going to take a quick break to get some water. While I am doing that, you all can try and predict whether we will beat Astos in 30 minutes. So, let me put that in there. I'll give you a couple minutes to go ahead and put these in. The first couple of fights, unlikely to change your mind. Hey, Top Mo, welcome in. And I'll be back in just a second. Alright, thirst has been quenched. Make super sure we saved, and let's go. High score, 144 so far. Made it through round 1, 2 points. 10. 12. 19. Dan needs to dodge this slow. Didn't get it. Gonna try a couple where we reset if we don't get the slows to see if that speeds things up. He has to dodge both the rub and the slow too. After the slow 2, you have 5 turns at least before the slow 1 happens. And that's a little bit easier to dodge, so you might get through both of them. Or we might take some crits. See if we're getting at the start. Nope, dang, it's death. Yeah, if we have a really hot start, I'd probably keep it even if we didn't dodge the slow 2. But if we're just getting 1s and 2s, then we could probably get a better start. Three. Three points. This is the Dan you finally choose to believe in. Well, I've got some news for you, Dan. Dan has believed in himself the whole time. Zero. 1. One point. Maybe Dan's belief was misplaced. Two. Eventually, if we try enough times, Astos will just slip and injure himself too badly to fight. We just have to believe. One. 6. We're getting a lot better at the non-critical damage. That's helping out a bit. 6 points. Just think, on the winning fight, we probably have to survive rub 2, maybe 3 times. $22? I think that was not even a crit. And dead. Yeah, I definitely think we can dodge the slow 2, which is probably like a 10% chance. It's going to be real tough. Then with this extra base damage, it'll really help out. 2. Maybe not. Maybe it won't. Doesn't help that Asus is strong against physical attacks. It also doesn't help that the Thief is really, really terrible. That really doesn't help. Five. %50 chance of dodging that rub. Alright, Nakarashi. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. One. Dan's in there. 13. Dan's not in there. How do you win this fight? Get really, really lucky. 10. Our high score is 144. We need 168 to beat Astos. So we're like 1 critical hit away, or 1 more rub dodge. I think that was like, we made it through 2 cycles and then died on the 3rd one. Like, it was not very far off. That was at 1 level lower. Five. Five points. He is on fire with those rubs. I feel like Dan might be getting weaker as we level him up. This is just a possibility. Perhaps the Thief gets negative stat gain. Didn't get rubbed. 5. Going for the slow 2? Nope. New bugs in this version. Astro's far too hard. Clearly a bug. Three. 11. Nice miss. Here comes the slow 2 and didn't get slowed. We will keep fighting him until conditions improve. One. 12. Slowed. 168, that is correct. I mean, we used to play out all the ones that made it past the rub. But I think going for the serious ones, taking the ones that don't get slow tuned are probably going to be a much higher likelihood of success. Even if it takes a while to get started. Slow 1 does hit a lot less. Slow 2 is single target but way more accurate. Five. 5 points. I mean, if we even hit level 28, we would be probably stomping him pretty hard. It's just that it's so long to get there. Aston's giving us free turns, we get 1 point out of it. I don't think we've had a serious fight since the level up permapen stuff. First 15 minutes, we have not established a credible opening. Who knows? Maybe one day he will target the rub on one of our dead characters. Hey, Azealis, thanks for the good wishes there. $33, got a crit. Does Dan see the Reaper? He does. Astus has 168 health. Normally our crits are like 25 to 30, so we need like 6 of those. Or we need to get some decent chip damage from all of the non-critical hits. There's a 28 crit. And Dan's dead. Three. 5. 6. Alright, pretty bad starts. We only take it if we get no slow. And Dan gets slowed. Two. 3. 3 points. Just think, we beat NES 2 levels earlier than this. Oh, Solo White Mage would be done by now on PlayStation. I'm pretty certain every other solo character is done on this version of the game within 18 hours. No rub, 7 points. There's a crit 45. We're taking this slow or not? Dan, of course, we'll take it slowed. 2 crits, 72. Now we're talking serious. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. The power has run out. Still 80. 107, triple digits. 108. Coming back around to the rub pretty soon. He needs to dodge this rub to have a chance. And even then he needs a lot of crits. 108. It's a credible one. Definitely our best one at this level so far, and our second best overall. That bumps the 104 to third place. So that was what? That was 2 or 3 crits that we got. And that did a big chunk of the damage. 9. 17. 'Does the slow. 25. I'll keep going even though we're slowed. 32. It's not a terrible start. 33. 34. The game gets much easier after this. 35. 36. 43. 44. That fog is so brutal now. Used to be that was a free route. 46. 46 is where he ends up on that one. And we just need to dodge road like 2 or 3 times. Dodge the slow 2. Probably dodge the dark and the slow 1. And then we're in there. We're totally in there. 1. Alright, Dan, you got 5 more minutes of the prediction. Onto the rub, about 50%. It's like 50% on the rub and maybe 90% on the slow too. Hey, thanks for the good wishes, Chud and Rue. Six. Still up. 9. And slowed. Doesn't have to dodge all the things I smoke. Doesn't have to dodge the fire too, or the lit too. Just has to get low rolls on them. Has slow actually missed in this level? I don't think so yet. %10 is hard to hit. Yeah, slow reduces your attacks to 1. Dark basically makes you miss a pretty large percentage of the time. I don't think it's 50%. It might be like 40% or so, but it's still significant. One. Good effort, Dan. Good effort. Do you always hit with blind? I don't know how PlayStation does it. I think you could have critical misses. Two. Two points. To mix things up, after we have our prediction finished off, I might do the Scimitar for a little bit. Allegedly, Scimitar's got a worse critical hit rate, and it definitely has a lower damage score. But I want to see if the higher accuracy makes a difference. Seven. Down to our last minute here. And down is Dan. "30 seconds. 9. Nope. All right, this will be the last attempt under the prediction. "37. 46. Spicy start. And finished. Alright, Dan did not beat Astos. But we'll give him a couple tries with the scimitar. Like I said, I just want to see like if it is critting more often. Which supposedly it will not. Supposedly this will not help in the slightest. We'll do that. Let's actually take off some of his gear, maybe get a little bit more evasion. It's clearly his pants that are weighing us down. Three. $28. You did get the slow. 29. 35. Even with the extra accuracy, he is struggling hard. $36. 37. 61. Dodges the fog. Falls asleep. How about the rub? Does he go to round 2? Nope, 61. That's still a pretty good fight. 4. Maybe level 50? Yeah. Be hard to not be level 50. You can get levels extremely quickly once we get past this fight. $32. Come on, Dan. Dodge this rub. Every time on the crits. Peninsula Power, we can kill Solo Zomble, we can kill Solo Wyvern, and we can kill maybe 3 Frostwolves. I don't think we ever actually got the 3 Frostwolves to cooperate. Three. Six. Dodge the rub. Got 3 points. 5. Six. We haven't solely been in this fight. Most of those hours were spent grinding to do this fight. I think we've probably been about 3 hours actually doing Astos attempts. The rest of it in various places getting experience. The problem with grinding is that you need a lot of experience to level up at this point, and many of the enemies are running away from us. So you either have things that are very unprofitable, or you have things that escape and kind of waste your time. So it is a really big slog. Like, the last level up we did was like maybe 75 minutes to get. Made it to cycle 2. Probably not gonna make it too far in here, but you know, still double rub evasion, not bad. I think the Saber was doing better than the Scimitar. We got a couple of really fast crits, but the average wasn't really different than the Saber, and the Saber does more damage. And we'll completely take Dan's pants off because, you know what? Every little bit of dodging could help. We're now trying Naked Dan with Saber. It did not go well. Did not go well. $27. Can he dodge the Reaper? Keep our crit? Of course not. Of course he can't. Clearly the factor that we did not take into account is that Astos also is not wearing pants. 16. There's the slow. 17. $18. Yeah, magic defense is the only thing that protects you from the rub. You get 2 points of magic defense per level up, which is about a 1% improvement on your chance to dodge it. Dan's missing, even didn't get hit by the fog. Alright, clearly removing armor is not helping, so we'll go back to our standard configuration. Blast out attempts for, say, 20 more minutes. And figure out what to do at that point if we are still not past this fight. What? Good. Glad you can keep a good start, man. More shadows. I think the shadows were slower than the mucks, even though they are more consistent. It felt like every once in a while you just bust out 4 or 5 mucks in a minute. And that's so much XP compared to the shadow fights. 55! Okay, Dan, you better dodge this. You had better dodge this. Dan did not dodge it. Dan! We had the double crit. Alright, Omniflare, have a good night. Rub at 10% is pretty tough to dodge. Also, Dan seems particularly bad at avoiding death. That's not helping. Crub should be at a 50% dodge rate and slow to about a 10%. Two. 14. Slow is effective. Four. Would be interesting to see if Peninsula Power has gotten any better. I still think until you can get the double giant fights, that you're not practically going to be able to do a Peninsula Power grind. Double Giant sounds like the first one that is, like, interesting enough appearance-wise to really help you out. Since we didn't take the strong level up for the HP gain, it's going to be hard to do it. Okay, there's 1. 3. HP isn't the issue on Astros, but on Peninsula Power it is the issue. Like you're trying to outlast the second monster. Damn it, dodge and the crit. 32. 34. Come on, Dan. Dodge this slow. We're gonna take it slow or not. And of course, they'll take it slow. 46. Another crit would make it interesting. 47. 48. 58. 63. 64. Has to get around to phase 2. Probably over. 64. Means our high score in this level is still only 108, which is quite a bit below our high score in the level 22 try. Hey Timron, we are level 23 right now. Six. 12? We actually did beat the level 21. We got a 108 on this level, which was our second highest score overall. I think it was 144 and then 104. Maybe there was a 122 at some point. And through 2 rubs, and of course it's not a great start. Just rough on the crits. There's a crit. So many misses. Another crit. And down. That was actually a respectable one. Not good enough to really make Astos worried, but respectable. How often do you end up getting darked? It's probably like another one of those 50-50s. $230? No, of course you can't take a critical into a battle. Why would they let them take a critical in? Now we're gonna give about 10 more minutes and then we're making the really hard call on grinding. Because as bad as grinding is, across all these Astos attempts, we could have maybe been level 24 and a half by now. Possibly 25 with this set of them. We're coming up on an hour. We came in here at 18 hours on the clock. That's what I'm using as the base for this attempt here. Means if we go pretty hard tonight, we can maybe still get 2 levels in. We would need to get some action at Peninsula Power, though, I think, to get a realistic shot at that. Just take the death, Dan. Just take the death. Of course. 12. And of course, this is the one where it misses the slow. What a terrible start. 12 points. 13. 24. 27. 38. That's the second slow. This one's a little bit less likely to hit. There's the fog. This one hurts a lot as well. Dodges it. Still has not broken 40. Now he's broken 40. And he's back around to the rub coming up. Rub number 2 is successful. So even if you get lucky on the spells, you still need the crits to happen. Dan did 41 damage on pretty much the perfect setup for everything else. Another spicy one. 13 damage. 20. 28. 33. And gets hit by the backup slow. 34. Dodges the slow 2, dodges both rubs. 34 damage. 34! That's one crit. Alright, 41. Our best single round is 56. There we go, one crit. 71. 72. And 72 on that attempt. Let's give him 3 more tries. And then we will see if we can pick out a grind spot. It'd be really nice if Peninsula Power was starting to cooperate. Five. 12. 19. 22. 23. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 3 attacks at 26 with the scimitar, 28 with the saber. At least he's dodging more of the rubs now. That's something. I don't think Dan has hit a single swing in like the last, I don't know, 2 minutes. It was a pretty bad streak. Alright, one more try, then we will see about grinding. Never seen the PS1 version. It is the most similar remake to the NES. It fixes most of the bugs. A couple of quality life improvements are memo save anywhere, dash while indoors, but it doesn't really change the mechanics much. So it is extremely close to NES in how it plays. And Dan is down. Will the strength upgrades make any difference? Well, every little bit helps for the strength. You got the magic defense, meaning less slows and rubs. More accuracy means you get more attacks in. As of right now, we need to figure out where we can feasibly grind. A lot of these monsters around this area are running away, plus they're just not worth very much. Short sword and saber. Short sword's basically the best of the saber and scimitar in one. You get the accuracy of the scimitar and the damage of the saber. New plan. We make the enemies run 18,000 times. Level up that way. Might be our best hope. Think the grips will take a while. Yeah, maybe not. They're starting to run a move more frequently. Alright, restock our potions. And we will see if Peninsula Power has changed any. I'm not super optimistic about Peninsula Power with the knowledge that we have. And knowing that we didn't get the strong level up for the level that we just went to. We are probably not going to see much higher success rates. So we were able to kill Solo Zomble. We were really close on Zomble plus Troll. That one's going to be a bit of a luck fight to get through. Solo Wyvern, very, very uncommon. And the real Dean would be Double Giant with an ambush. See if we can actually make progress on that. Actually got a decent number of these sharks. We tried a couple sharks and they ran away, so I know that they are in basically panic mode here. But I guess we can kill them fast enough that we might be able to get a few of those encounters to work. Shark just has a very, well, it's not that they've got a low appearance rate. They appear decently common, but the ocean's got a low encounter rate. So it might take you a while to get the next fight. Alright, Dan, you're going to the peninsula and you're not going home until you catch something. Disease is probably not a good thing to catch. If you don't think the gas are gonna run, do that walk from the base. Scientists say thank you very much for the host there. Hope you're having a good day here. We got level 23, and Astos remains unrubbed. So now we need to find new and exciting ways to murder these monsters until Dan can level up. One shot would have been really nice. We're like a limited number of opportunities on those gas fights before you're going to get into some trouble. Those are Geists on the NES. Very similar to the Ghoul, but an extra attack per round. Makes them extra nasty. Grab an ogre there. Really surprised that everything here is sticking around. I know we started seeing those Grimps running a couple levels ago. Here they go. Just needed some encouragement. Alright, what can we pull out of here? So we want to try a double giant, especially with the first strike. Quad giant and triple giant we know is not going to work out. Unlikely to do anything with Zomble bigger than a 2-pack as well. One Zomble we can definitely take out. One Zomble plus one troll was really close before. Two trolls, not so much. And as always, I continue to wonder why not all that many furlobes. Oh, there's definitely some trolling going on. Especially in that Astos fight. Couple of close ones that were quite regrettable. Not being able to get past their second or third rubs. Okay, there's double giant. This one's about dodges and damage consistency. Alright, so we might have a chance here. Yeah, 351 for one giant. We can do this. We can totally do this. Alright, maybe we can't totally do this, but we can partially do this. First time beating double giants. That's 10% of a level right there. That's really big if we can do that, even semi-consistently. Also gives me a lot of hope for maybe even doing double Zomble. Let's see, solo Zomble's 1 in 12. Zomble Troll would be another 1 in 12. Double Zomble would be another 1 in 12. So we'd have 25% chance on the Zomble Troll formation of getting something that we'd be interested in trying. So faster to use potions than the original. Yeah, if you're really good at mashing, and especially with the NES potions healing you for 30 instead of the average of 24 here, you're probably healing faster. But you can definitely buy 99 potions a lot faster in this version, so that might make you overall come out ahead PlayStation 1. GBA, you can mash the heal potions on healing as well, which makes it super quick. We'll try a 3 wolf pack if we can get it. I think we still have never seen a 3. Should be a 20% chance. Here's the double Zomble. This is like double giant. Oh, we're not getting the dodges. That really helped out that giant fight big. There's some dodges. Alright, top one. Are you gonna make it interesting? Oh, you're gonna make it real interesting. Dan? Good dodge! Good dodge, Dan. Yeah, the little bit of extra HP is just so nice to have. Alright, 15k to go. That's 8 more of those Zombull fights, or 9 more of those giant fights. If we end up having to grind levels, then these couple levels coming up are going to be real important for making those a lot safer. Oh yeah, we can only do about 4 battles with this potion quantity, but that's a lot of XP compared to a Marsh Cave trip in a lot less time. It's not bad. 3 or 285 for top giant. Well, maybe a little bit pressured. Can't have any bad rounds. When I change weapons at 26, we'd have to dodge the slow, definitely. Take advantage of the 3 attacks. Like, that's the thing. The slow 2 makes it irrelevant how many attacks per round you have. Because you go down to 1. And that happens right at the beginning of the fight. Could we use tents? Well, the cabins are 60 HP recovery, which is only 2 heal potions worth. I guess 2.5 on this version because you get the consistency a little bit better. So it doesn't extend your range by much. Like, I might as well just go back and grab another 99 heal potions and do 4 more battles. Also, the tents be real slow. You let the heal potions took a while. Doing that save game animation is a long process. Ace little Zombull, take it. This one's pretty free. That's what, that's like 6,000 XP that we've gotten. Trying to figure out what our pace is like. That could be like a level in under an hour. Definitely better than the Marsh game at this point to be up here. I mean, you gotta get the right encounters to show up. You gotta get a little bit lucky in those fights. But it's definitely something. Level in 20 minutes. You have to include the walks. If you weren't walking back and forth between here and Provoca, it would be a lot faster. But once you factor that in, you know, it's going to eat up a big chunk of time. So the next level, easy, yes. We can decide if we want the agility point, and we probably do. But the strength point's guaranteed, and the strong level up is guaranteed. 25 is also pretty easy. So the next 2 levels we can both quickly get, like within 5 minutes each of doing the rolls. For level 50 with the same gear would be easy. Well, with level 50, you'd have so much more magic defense that you'd be blocking that rub and slow 2 pretty frequently. And then even if you weren't doing more damage, you would be in such a better position to have, like, every attempt go pretty decently far into it. Right now, we're kind of relying on critical hits because of the speed that we need. Can't trust it to go more than a couple rounds before Dan's going to lose his extra attacks. AoE damage weapons, the first one's in Ordeals. We're going to get that after we beat Lich. So after Ashes basically goes, do all the key quest stuff, Vampire Lich, go to Ordeals, get the Zeus Gauntlet and the Gold Bracelet, and then go to the Ice Cave for the Floater. And technically you don't have to go to Ordeals first, but I don't know how good the eye fight's gonna be without the Lit 2 source. That's what turns it from a very painful fight into something that's probably quite trivial. Plus just having Lit 2 is gonna be so big for experience. We'll get past Astos. It might be a lot longer than we had planned. But we'll get past them. Yeah, after Astos, we're going to zoom through stuff. Like, these things that we're kind of struggling on a lot will get very easy to do a double giant or a double zombo with the upgraded gear. You might even be able to jump right to triples. I don't know if I'd be confident about that, but certainly the doubles would be, like, basically free. Where's all the good encounters? Had a nice stretch of them. And then they got mean. Alright, let's go double zombo. Need to see some dodges. Ooh, didn't want to see a critical. Kind of wasted that dodge. Alright, 272. Seems reasonable. Dan, of course, will make it interesting. Because that is how he rolls. Oh yeah, he's gonna make it real interesting. There we go. Got another Zombo fight down. Try and get one more in here. Double giant has to be pretty good. That actually gives you a little bit less experience. But I think the giants hit for less damage, even though they've got more health to chew through. Nice crits there. Should be one round away. Okay, making sure he doesn't waste any damage on this. Do we get promoted in this? Nope, it's no class change. It is thief only. Really, the ninja doesn't change much on this version. Oh, what a bad miss. But what a good fight. How's Hall of Giants look? Hall of Giants has a lot of iguanas that come with the giant. And you don't have a source of heal potions nearby. Like, even walking back to town doesn't help because Melmon doesn't sell items. So I think that you're probably not really going to get a huge value out of Hall of Giants on Thief. The nice thing is you get very consistent fights. And maybe Iguana would be running by that point. So you wouldn't even have to do the small monsters. See what we did overall on that. Okay, so that was about 10,000 out of our 18,000 experience. Means we do that again, we get a level up. Before we do that, I'm going to take another quick water break to get some more to drink. Be back in 1 second here. There we go, water obtained. There was also a moth in my kitchen, which did not give very good experience. Would not recommend grinding on them. I'm pretty sure everything is weak to lamp. That thing's too powerful. Almost up there. Yeah, it's about 2.5, 3 minutes each way to Peninsula Power. Means each cycle around you spend about 6 minutes traveling. Maybe 25 minutes getting the experience. Definitely beats out Marsh Cave at this point. That had gone well over an hour a level. Yeah, as we level up, it does get quicker to do the travel. More things will run away. You'll get more first strikes. The level ups will get faster, because you can do these encounters better. And since you're not in danger of Marsh Cave or Peninsula Power things running away for a long time, this will be a really safe spot if you wanted to get to a lot of levels. Hopefully a lot of levels not required. More difficult 23. We had a lucky fight for that 144. That definitely was kind of out there for probability. But it was down to a single hit. And just getting kind of that almost good enough fight is really, really tough. Like, one of the big problems is that the thief is not getting better that quickly. You're getting very incremental gains. So just trying to push through with levels is a lot of levels to make a small enough difference that you get some kind of concrete edge on it. Tyro! Pretty sure we can't beat this guy, but let's see how much damage we can do. 40. 103. 169. 224. 279. Alright, getting about 300 ideally. Oh, the Bane Sword would be so good. I mean, really just having a Mage Staff for a Zeus Gauntlet would make short work of so many of the fights. Like, we can take enough hits that a Mage Staff would kill all the Zombo Troll packs, even with our really terrible armor. What do we have right now? Copper bracelet, gloves, and a cap. That's the best you can get pre-Astos. I don't think 2 Wyverns we win. Especially not poisoned, but let's at least see what it looks like. This one could have been a maybe if we had not gotten ambushed. Or maybe not really doing 1 hit instead of 2. They must evade enough that it's going to be really tough to kill them. So we could definitely do a solo Wyvern. We actually did one a couple levels ago. However, since that's the 1 in 64 encounter in this zone, even just seeing the fight's pretty uncommon. And still haven't seen a small Frostwolf group yet. It's been almost all 6s and 7s. There we go, 2 and a first strike. That helps out. There's 1 down with ease. Alright, this one may be more of a struggle. Let's not get too carried away. Definitely our best double giant fight yet. Which at this point we have 5,500 to go. That's 6 more zombies. I think that's 7 more giants. Closing in on it. And we could probably take 3 more battles, so we'd be very close to getting the level up at the end of this. I think we just go for 25. If this Peninsula Power Grind works out, then you know, the next level after it's actually easier than this one. And that way you're spending less time on the Astos attempts and more time on getting things that you're actually going to be able to use. This one might be a bit more tricky. Got a really bad start here. Oh, he's going to need a lot of dodges. 186 starting this giant off. 127 now. Odds are against him. Oh, Dan. Why do you always have to do it that way? Every time. You cannot have a moment's rest. Down to 2 Zombles and 2 Trolls. Or 2 Zombles and 2 Giants. Don't think Troll would make it quite enough. I got 2 of our Giants. He does have a crippling potion addiction, that is true. That is definitely true. And this one's going a lot better. Now here's the interesting thing, we actually don't want to push ourselves over a level up, which a double Zomble would. Guess we'd give up the agility point if that happened. We got the guaranteed strength, the guaranteed strong level up. If we had to take double Zomble, it would suck to lose the agility point, but we'd do it. We get double Giant, would be just right. Zomble Troll should be just right. Let's try Zomble Troll here. We need Troll to die quickly. He does a lot more damage than the Bull will. Troll not cooperating. Yeah, I think this one's dead. Oh well. Surprised we struggled with the troll that much. We had a couple trolls earlier that we got pretty reasonably quickly down. But I think back then we couldn't kill the Zomble afterwards. So it still wasn't worth doing. Alright, double Zomble. We'll see if you get a good level up here. Ugh. Those singles hurt so much. Puts you off pace for getting the Zomble in the right number of rounds, so you take a lot more damage. And looks like this one's not going to work out. Where's a good fight? Try again. Another low one. Double 32 is like... really just getting a single with a different name on it. There we go. That's more like it. Let's see, those 60s and above. Alright, can we kill a Zobble? 186 to start. It'll be close. Maybe not that close. 72 is a pretty good roll for a Zobble. He earned that one. One day, maybe the small fur wolf pack? Look, it's okay to get the Zobbles and the agility point. It just had to be a good level up. That's all it takes. Alright, this is a pretty good start. See if Dan can hold on. Answer maybe. Maybe not. 281 to do a giant. That was a good first dodge. There we go. Super close to our level up. 298. Easy striking range. That means we can force out the agility point, no problem. Yeah, I think 3 is no problem for Frost Wolves. 4 is like, if we could get like some one-shots in there, maybe conceivably doable. Like, I don't remember what we did the last time we were fighting Frost Wolves, whether we actually had enough strength to maybe get it done. But 5 and above, no. Not gonna happen. Why not, cabin? Slow animation. When you can buy 99 of an item at a time, it's all about the usage cost. 10 XP off, that's looking really good. So now anything at this point gets us a try at the level. And it'll be probably about 10 tries to get the agility point on average. First try is no agility point. Try number 2. No agility point. actually kind of impressed the ogres are even slightly sticking around. Remember on NES, like even like level 20, they were fleeing very quickly. 29, and our agility point. We have the level up finished. Restock some potions and head back up to Missile Power for level 25. Definitely well under an hour for that level up, which blows away what Marsh K was doing. A little bit of an easier time on those double zombies and double giants. It's not that much different, but the extra health will help. Extra damage, extra evasion. And the extra cash means we are pretty much never running out of potions at this point. Alright, 25. Guaranteed sale. We don't care about the vitality point, but we do care about the strong level up. So that'll be about a 1 in 5 chance of getting it. We'll try it at 25, I think, for the next go at Astos. That'd be 2 level ups. And I never expect Astos to get super easy in a hurry. But basically, I want to keep with the saber, so I don't know if I go for the triple scimitar at all. Saber's allegedly higher critical hit rate. It's got a higher attack power. There's many upsides to going with it. Also, Baroka does have a really nice end, especially compared to the crummy old rundown Melmond end. Full of old cobwebs, food poisoning, and, of course, the toxic waste storage bins. Now, we should get a strength or damage point next level. You start with an odd amount. Thief starts with 5. So you should be getting the upgrades on the odd levels. Hey, Fractal. Yeah, we couldn't do Astos, but we can now do a couple of fights at Peninsula Power, so this is a lot better than the Marsh Cave was. I guess that's true, because you stayed at level 1, so this is an even number of level ups to get an odd level. Well, in any case, we'll have more magic defense. That is something. One Zombul down. I think like 19 more to go. Let's see the exact amount. Nope, 20 more to go. Let's try to use the potions instead of the tents. It might be very intense, but this is faster. We came here a couple of different times to see, like, when can you realistically go after these fights? Turns out, the level 23 was pretty significant improvement overall. I think if we had gone for all of the strong level ups, even though some of them would have been pretty tough, might have been able to do it like a level or 2 earlier. Because health was the big thing for survival. Every time you get another 25 or 30 HP, it makes such a huge difference to these battles. Let's slim it down. 2 at a time, please. Do we got any better on the Tyro fight? I'm gonna still say we're gonna be well short. 59, especially with singles instead of doubles. 91. Gonna be not even close to our last time out. There we go, 166. 195. 255. 319. First time breaking 300 on these. And 339 is where he died. Tyro ways away. That's one where the armor upgrade doesn't really help that much because he hits so hard. You get maybe one more round out of the silver bracelet and the buckler. I'll try 4. Could be doable now. Yeah, we're still a bit short of one-shotting him. Here's the Tyro stats for those curious. Alright, so 4 might be a little bit on the rough side, especially if you get poor hits like this. If we'd gotten decent damage, definitely could have taken the 4-pack. It's like, we're not that far off. You know, that would have been a one-shot. But instead, Dan spent 3 turns taking out 1 wolf. They still have a chance. Can't take another frost. Hopefully can take another frost. He's fine. Everything's fine. So that's a little bit less than the double giant fight. I want to say it's 2.5 frost wolves to the Zomble. We just saw that we are not doing 6 of those things. I mean, unless he actually wants to finally hit them. Hey, 20 hours. And we still haven't beaten Astos. Alright, Bad Road, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. I'm gonna guess our next round of Astos attempts is gonna start in about 40 minutes or so. Based on how long the last level up took. Oh boy, is this so much nicer than the Marsh Cave. Like, that right there is 7 mucks worth of experience. And the mucks would have taken forever to show up. I was really kind of disappointed. The muck fights, in theory, was like such a great opportunity, and then the RNG just didn't cooperate. A battle that should have been fairly consistent turned out to be super rare. Much like the probability of getting a decent firm of battle. Alright, the RNG was less cooperative than normal. And that's saying something after those Astos fights. I think we got 2 more battles in us on this Peninsula Power trip. Hopefully this giant pair is going to be one of them. Giant's not looking good. And not happening. Every once in a while, the Giants misbehave. It's those low rolls. If we don't get like a solid 60 damage on most of the attacks, having it trickle out to an extra round or 2 extra rounds is just brutal for the first Giant. I don't know why Dan does that little tiny hit to finish off that bottom Giant so often, but it is aggravating. It's like, is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna be enough? No, okay, it died. Everything's fine. 20 potions might be enough for one more after this. $90 is close. That almost was a one-shot. See if we can get the next Furwolf down quickly. This is what went badly in that last Furwolf battle, was just trying to get the middle one. Because you're taking so many attacks until you thin the herd out. And 6 would have been a one-shot. And 94 is. Alright. There's another Furwolf battle. We have twice done a 4-pack. Still have not seen a single 3-pack. Well, I'm pretty sure you can get 3 Furwolves here. Pull one more out. I want to say this level was like 21,000 experience, maybe 22,000, so it's just about exactly 2 trips out here. Maybe slightly more than 2 trips. But with this last battle, we will be 1/2 of the way there. Try a simple troll again. This definitely needs high rolls on the troll for the initial damage. Fighting against his regen in addition to having a lot of health. Ugh. Okay, 166 for a Zomble. Can you do it, Dan? It's gonna be sweaty. Getting low rolls. There's some pace pickup. It pulls through. All right. That loop is done. I think the original looks and sounds better. I think they did a really good job for the remakes. I know GBA is a little bit thumpy and muddy for its sound overall, but that's mostly because of the system. Not because they did not do good music for it. And really just like style-wise, they nailed all of the things here. I mean, most of this was basically done for the Just One version, so at the time, but everyone that worked on Final Fantasy 1 was still around. It's not like they're doing it, 20 or 30 years later with completely different people. But they managed to keep, like, the whole feel of the game really well. Somehow, Iguana's still a pain. That may have been the first iguana kill of the entire playthrough. Alright, there's one thing I will complain about for this version. They spell Provoca with a C, and they spell Onrak with a K. Did nobody spell check this? Like, how did they mix those letters up? Think of that, and sleep well. Hey Bison, welcome back. We have evolved beyond Astos to now Peninsula. But yeah, Astos was really problematic. We got very close. We had a 144. But there is a lot of tries to just get even one decently credible start going. So it's like we're gonna blast some levels out, see if that that significantly changes it. Hey, Media Meltdown. Thank you very much for resubscribing for 12 months. Hope you're having a wonderful day here, enjoying the Solo Thief No Class Change playthrough. I hope you're enjoying your shiny new orb as well. Okay, let's get back to it. Peninsula Power, looking for 2 giants. 2 trolls, or, well, Zombo and Troll, or 2 Zombles. 3 or 4 Frost Wolves. Those are the things that we can historically do. We have come respectably close to killing a Tyro. And we definitely can't kill 4 of these things. We reload the right save as well. That'll help out. I was looking at it going, why is the HP value so low? Because it gave me the memo save instead of the memory card save. Hey, Soul Zomble. I'll take it. Please have the absolute least amount of hassle. Hey, Mitochondria. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Back for 5 months. Hope you're having a great night. And enjoy. Dan the Solo Thief and his many peninsulas. Under 10k experience for this level up. This is going to be level 25. Guaranteed sale. We need to get the strong level up, so that's about a 1 in 5 chance of landing that. And then we get to see how Astos is doing again. We didn't do him at 24. The last time we were there was 23. High score was on level 22, so definitely some progress since then. Whether it'll be enough is the question. What is the best weapon, and what do we have right now? It is the saber. And it is not good at all. Need to beat Astos to unlock equipment. He is blocking so much of the game right now. Alright, Dan, low roll in this bottom Zomble. We need some 60s and up. Yep, Saber and Scimitar are your two choices. Scimitar if you want more accuracy, Saber if you want more attack power. And they both really suck. As does this Zomble fight, 145 going into top one. We need a lot of dodges. And some good rolls. There's a dodge. Dan did not go first. Close. It was close. And yes, we beat Astos at 21, which was extremely lucky. And we put a lot of attempts into him here on PlayStation version, which is slightly harder for the fight. And we've come very close. We come within one critical of beating him. It has not worked out so far. Soon, though. Soon we will try again. Where are those damage rolls on that Zomble? Alright, that damage roll was all over the place there. That one we saw a bunch of. This is Giant starting at 256. Reasonable. Those two dodges probably got us the fight, definitely. No, Astos doesn't kill you with damage. He kills you in a variety of other ways. $8,000 to go. Your row is a 50-50. You basically need to dodge it 3 times. You need to dodge slow 2, which is about a 10% chance. You need to dodge the dark, which is probably 40%. Slow 1's probably 40%. Yeah. Maybe if we got a 5 for the first strike. 6 was getting greedy. How many attempts? I mean, we've done probably about 200 attempts on Astos so far. Actually, might be close to 300 by now. Did a lot in the last time out. And going for a 3-round wolf here. That really hurts. Gonna have to clutch this one out. And lots of ice storms, that's what we don't want to see. make everything as dangerous as possible. Every single time. Entertainment definitely is a strong suit of him. That he is pretty good at. Do we do the Marsh Cave? Yeah, we did the Marsh Cave at level 16. Which is soon going to be 9 levels ago. We actually originally typed at Marsh Cave at level 12 and got within 1 hit, like just like turn order, of winning at level 12. 16 was fairly safe at that point. Yeah, the wizards are much easier. Big thing about wizards is that you can keep rolling until you get 2 of them. That takes a lot of the punch out of that fight, and then go for some dodges. Lots and lots of dodges. We got 5,000 to go. So we're looking to get 2 more real fights here. That'll probably put us into close enough range that the regular encounters will push us across the finish line. It's fairly tough to get experience off of things like ogres anymore. But most of the stuff in here comes in multiples of 1 or 2,000s. So you can only get so close with the fights that you got. Oh, don't worry. Stick around for about 20 minutes. We'll be back at Astos. You'll get to see him then. I'll of course be thrilled if he goes down quickly at this level. But not really expecting it. Yeah, Ruin requires the airship. It's actually in Temple of Fiends, but like a lot of great stuff right now, it's key locked. You know, if we could get the silver knife out of the key locked door or the falchion, like either of those would be a pretty big upgrade over our current weapon. There's a silver armlet or silver bracelet in the Marsh Cave that's key locked again. Really big upgrade to have that. Wouldn't help with Astos, but silver bracelet would help with things like Peninsula Power here by quite a lot. Basically cuts those wolves in half for their physical attacks. A lot of the trolls and bulls by a third or so. That's a big deal for survivability. Getting lots of Frost Breath here. It's 1 in 4 to get Frost Breath versus the physical attack. And if we resist, we actually do get less damage to the physical. But that's like a relatively uncommon thing. We're just gonna make it super interesting again. That is how Dan rolls. Who goes first? Can he resist? Minty Fresh Breath. Too fresh. It's a good try. So we still need basically 2 or 3 more encounters. It's all because he got low rolls on a couple of the key early hits. Swap a few of those attacks around and you would have been fine. Crit rate allegedly is 6.5%. It seems lower in this version. Whatever it is, it's real bad. The damage is pretty bad too. Alright, we're getting crushed by the Frost Breath. 1 in 4. Estus, we would need to hit it with 7 crits. We get enough loose change with the non-critical hits. It goes lower, but if it's just pure crits, 7, I think, is the number. Yeah, it turns out thieves are not very good. Like you might think you realize how bad thieves are, but no, they are worse than that. They are far, far worse. Oh, what a terrible miss. Like I said, they're real bad. Can still pull it out. 284 versus Top Giant. Got a free round there. Pulls ahead of pace. Now he's even. Now he's behind. And gets him. No problem. You get null death before Astos? No, there's no way to block Rub before Astos. With 4 characters, you don't really notice it, though. You know, lose one person and the rest of the team is still gonna do pretty good damage. And with mages, you can actually damage them, or if you've got a fighter with a good weapon like the Silver Sword. Looking for one more good encounter here. Or like a solo Zomble, and then puts us into really good shape. Don't think we've had a solo for a while. Let's get the double. Dan doesn't want the double. It's a big hit here to avoid going to another round. That'll do it. Alright, 243 on top Zomble. He is pushing it way beyond pace now, but that miss helps. Gets him back on track. Back off track. Back on track. Got him. Alright, so we should be close enough. Yeah, 1090. We cannot take any other encounters here at Peninsula Power without getting the level up. So this is a little bit more experience than we've had to pull out of the other fights than the past, but let's take a look. Looking for werewolves, ogres, arachnids. Just grabbing 100, 200 experience at a time until we are close. Groger helps. Groger should not run away yet, I think. That's about half of it. Maybe down here. I've learned to not trust a lot of the information on the internet about this version of the game. I think that people have done a really good job researching the NES version. And then things just get copied around. And at that point, it's a lot less correct for the information that you see. See if we can snap out of it. It's a 1 in 4 chance. And back into it. Alright, guys. You win this time. Yeah, we're gonna start running at level 18. So we're past the point where they're like probably more than 50-50 chance of running. Alright, we should be real close now. 45. So that's enough where basically everything is good. And in junk like this, you just need to pick something up. Good. My wolf stuck around. I mean, really the great news is that now that we can do a couple of Peninsula power fights, suddenly we can level up again. And Dan did not get the strong level up. Try again, Dan. So up to +6 on base HP gains. I think that's the first time he's had +6. You want to get a perfect one, it'll be 31 here. Not that we really need it to be perfect. It's so good having the extra strong level ups. Getting to 999. Although not in that one. Hey, Humpy McSaddles, welcome back. Certain we'd be past Astos. I was pretty certain we'd be past Astos about 6 hours ago. And yet, here we are. Gonna give him some more tries after this level up's done. We're gonna get our level up, we're gonna go back there. Find out how 25 works. And does not get the strong HP. "26 is 3 attacks with the scimitar. Not with the saber, which was what we were using. We need 28 with the saber. And while this is better than Marsh Cave, I really don't want to grind to level 28 if I can avoid it. Dan did not get the strong level up. One day, Dan. One day you'll do it. The big thing about the 3 attacks is that, well, in theory it sounds really good. We get slowed so often in the fight that you only have a couple of rounds with the triple attack before you drop down to 1. So getting lucky with criticals, getting lucky dodging the rubs, those have a bigger impact on our success than on extra attacks per round. Dang it a little, but it was not a strong level up. Hey, Blocky Games. We are still on Astos. Take it a little up here, and then we will head over for some Astos attempts. We last tried him at level 23. We're now 25 very soon. That means a little bit more damage, a little bit more evasion, a little bit more magic defense. How close were that? 9 XP. All right. Now we really can take anything. Is the game easy after Astos? Pretty much. It's going to be still tricky for the Lich bit, but we can level up a lot faster then. Did not get the strong level up. Like, I think these most recent ones at Peninsula Power were like 40, 45 minutes for level ups. That'll drop down to like 20 post Astos for a little while. So you have this stretch where you can really power level in a hurry, get up to like level 30 or so. And at that point, Lich should be no problem. Although level-ups being a problem. 7 is the most tries we need for a strong level up. And every time I bring out that fact, Dan takes exactly 7 tries to get it. It is uncanny. One more. Werewolves have fled for a while. They were like level 20, I think. Werewolf and Grimp were both at the same time. I think at some point our mucks are gonna flee if we ever go back to the Marsh Cave. It'll be a sad day. The ridiculous thing is that, like, eventually giants run away. That's a monster that it's in the overworld pretty far into the game. Still +6. New record for futility on strong level ups. In this version, Blocky Games, there's about a 1 in 5 chance that even if you don't have a guaranteed strong level up, you'll get it anyway. That's why we got, 600 hit points on our Thief right now, which is about 150 beyond what a NES playthrough would have at this level. And it means that we don't have to care about Vitality. Even if we miss a bunch of points, we'll easily hit 999. Probably in the high 30s for our level. And there we go, 28 HP, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, and Luck. Hey man, stuff. 20 hours is indeed how long we've been doing the Solo Thief No Class Change Challenge. The good news is once we get past Astos, who is this really big roadblock boss that we've been stuck on for 18 hours, after that, it gets a lot easier. Alright, Evan, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. I'm going pretty late on the stream today because I am not going to be streaming this weekend. So I'm hopefully going to get as many attempts in on Astos as we can reasonably withstand. I'll also be getting another drink here. So, give me a second while I grab that. Drink obtained, and I am proud to report no killer boss this time. Oh yeah, this is a real grind. Like, speedrunning this game, I'll finish killing Chaos at level 16. But it turns out the thief is really bad. You may have heard stories, legends indeed, about how bad the thief is, but it does not come close to even a glimmer of understanding of how terribly awful this character class is. Is it impossible? No, it's possible. I actually beat NES Solo Thief, which is even harder than this. It's about the same for NES up through Astos, and then PlayStation will get easier after this, whereas NES does not. NES has a really brutal ending as well. And let's get back to it. Astos, we have returned. First try, definitely. It will definitely be first try. First try for him, dead. Hey, Raids. Still on Astos, yes. It is, it's a hard fight. Second try. It'll be second try. That was just a warm-up try. Now he's serious. 5 damage. 10. Still alive. Got it with the slow. Mister, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 29 months. Hope you're having a great day here. And enjoy our Solo Thief playthrough. 23? $25. There goes the sunglasses, 26. 39. Asus has 168 health in the NES and PlayStation versions. Then goes to phase 2. Buys him quite a few rounds. Not that I hope he has 0 criticals so far in the fight. Oh, there's a crit. He has doubled his damage with that. And Dan does not go to phase 3. About 70. That was credible attempt. Oh, and for anonymous gifter, thank you very much for gifting that sub out there. Hope you're having a wonderful day tonight. And no elixirs, not in this game. We got potions, and pure potions. Also soft potions. Also 5 damage. Nope! 5's it. Yeah, this version only averages 24 recovery per potion instead of 30. It's even worse. Really just need to dodge the rub, the slow 2, get like 4 or 5 early crits, and then we're in there. Then we are totally in there. I actually had a couple starts that had like an early double crit, and then every time he gets rubbed. Invariably. Nine. That 2% extra magic evasion. Definitely paying in hand. Excellent dividends here. I have noticed that we are doing more damage on like the non-critical hits, so we did bump up another point of damage. That's a thing. Oh, that one was a 1. 15. And dead. Yeah, you'll still get 1s for a really long time, but what you'll notice is that more and more of the range becomes a damage-breaking amount. And when you're comparing to like a 1, even going up to like a 3 or a 4 or 5 damage is a big deal for increasing your overall chances at it. Dodge 4 rubs. I think 3 rubs is about the most that we would expect to live through for HP. It's like we got 50 more HP than the last time that we fought him, and that's like 1 fire 2 or lit 2 or a physical attack. You probably take like 200-300 damage per cycle throw. White Oak Falchion requires the key. Two. 31. Pre-rub crit. Daniel, of course, will immediately die. There he goes. Every time. Every single time. Yeah, Ice Cave's a nasty place. Ice Cave Ordeal's one of the roughest stretches of the game. Once you get through those, you start picking up ribbons and other great safeties. You got a lot more HP to work with. It completely changes once you have the airship in hand. Six. 19. 21. Does that slow Dan dodge? They did not dodge. 22. 34. 43. 44. 45. 46. 'Does not make it to phase 2. Close to the peninsula. Oh, we would probably spend like another 20 plus minutes before I would give up on this go at Astos. I think if we give up on this one, we're just going to level 28. Like there is no stopping us then. $16. Still up. Can he dodge the slow? No, he cannot. 17. 21. 49. 50. 52. Levels do help with rub. Magic defense comes from your levels. 53. 54. 55. 67. Kind of a respectable first phase. I think with the dark, it's hard to be on pace because you're going to miss so many more times. And doesn't matter because Dan's dead. Yeah, it's about a 1% better chance of dodging the spells per level. That's why I'm kind of surprised that rub is still hitting us this often. It should be below 50% by now. Hey, welcome back to Dark Video. We're at Astos. $10. $21. $24. Then kind of blew the pre-slow rounds. Only got singles on them. 33, but the hits are pretty good, and that's a crit. 68. If he gets to the next rub, he's in maybe decent shape to make it interesting. Yeah, 144 is the record for Dan so far. Yeah, getting a bit of a power outage here. Tough to put together a good streak of attacks. $69. Few free turns. 76. At this point, we need a bunch of crits. $168 HP is the target. All right. 89. 97. Got another rub to dodge coming up. 98. 111. If he dodges this rub, then things are gonna get interesting. Real interesting. 146. Dan, you better dodge. You had better dodge. We're at 146. 22 to go. 16. 11. Oh, the crits. He's got the big spells coming up too. Dan. 9. We might not survive both Fire 2 and Lit 2. Eight. Can't survive the Lit 2. Gotta go first. Astos is done. Easy fight. Easy fight. First try, yes, that was first try. Well. Well, that's just out of the way. Things are gonna be different around here for a little while. What level that was? Level 25. And it was really close. Oh, we 10 it up. 10, it's only 60 points of recovery. Hey there, Mansta. We'll be putting those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond. Oh man, does it need all kinds of relief. There's a reason why we don't bother with those. They're actually cabins, by the way. The tents are called sleeping bags in this version. They look like tiny burritos. Thanks, Demansta. Feels pretty good to get past Astos. That took a little bit longer than anticipated. My estimate for Astos going into this was about 10 hours for the total time. And we beat Bicky in 2 hours. It's like, oh, this is probably even faster. It was not. Actually, it was not faster. Straight to chaos. I'm going to be doing a long stream, but maybe not that long. Yeah, we will not be getting class change, which on NES is extremely brutal. On this version, it's going to be rough, but not as bad, because while we lose out on good armor and good weapons and the fast spell, in this version of the game, we'll have the Power Glove. And that means that despite not having a fraction of the offensive power of other character classes, you'll be able to Power Glove like 3 times and probably do decent damage on the bosses. Alright, Witch, we worked hard for this. I deserve a lot of rewards. Herb acquired. We're gonna Bane Sword team at. We might for fun. Bane Sword's 1 in 7 chance. You can almost certainly Power Glove team at faster than that. But not that much faster. The real question is, are we going to be able to do War Mech on this version? Without the setup to get War Mech encounters, War Mech is going to be a 1 in 64 appearance rate. And I believe we took a lot of tries to kill War Mech on the NES version with Solar Thief. I mean, we'll certainly save Scum on the floor, but if you have to roll 64 battles to find him once, that's where things are gonna get pretty dicey. Like on this version, you don't have the super high first strike rate on War Mech, so he'll probably still be 75% chance of ambushing you. Warmick is 3 and 64 NES, that's correct. But if you know how encounters work, you can guarantee you get a Warmick fight in about 8 minutes or so. We get the Mazbune, you'll get the Mazbune. Makes Tiamat and Chaos a little bit faster. Legendary warriors, you are seeing things. There is only one legendary warrior, and his name is Dan. Anything in Elfland? You get a silver hammer. You get some money, but we've got a lot of money from the Peninsula Power, and we're gonna get even more cash with the Lich grind. So money is not gonna be a real issue with this. Big question is going to be, which of the swords do we use? Elemental compatibility should be functioning in this version of the game. So maybe we just get Coral Dragon and the Rune Sword. Swap around as needed. On the NES version, you'd only get the Rune Sword. It does slightly less base damage than the Coral or Dragon. But the big upside of Rune Sword is that you get to have a slightly higher critical hit rate. Hey, Graph. Yep, we just beat Astos a couple minutes ago. And we're about to get the Mystic Key quest done. Which, sadly, is going to open the way to the hideous and twisted town of Melmont. Would it save time to level grind and fight Warmick at the same time? I'm going to probably level grind on the eye. I bet that's going to be really good for smashing through levels in a hurry. Like, we don't need to do all the random encounters. We could just do a trap tile that normally would be way too dangerous. But with Memo Save, no problem. Keylock Chest and Marsh. There's a silver bracelet in the bottom right. That's the most valuable one. But you can buy a silver bracelet over at Melmon for 5,000 gold, so that's what we'll do instead. Hey, Yaga. Welcome in, and good morning to you. We just beat Astos a few minutes ago, and it feels really good. Alright. Yeah, you better run away before we murder you. Don't think I won't. Here's the dragon sword. Slight upgrade over our saber right now. Anything else here that I really want? I don't think so, but go ahead and grab it. Might end up selling some of this stuff. But I don't think I ever got this money from him. Blackmail has been restored. What's the damage? Oh yeah, that's good. That feels so good. So yeah, that's why the levels are going to be way faster for this next chunk. Yeah, this is 10 more accuracy than the saber had, which puts us the equivalent of 5 levels ahead. More damage to low HP now. There's nothing like that in the early games. Wasn't really until, I think, 4 where you first had critical hits. Go ahead and grab your silver bracelet. 11 more defense as well. So good. And we don't really need houses. But we do need to check out how dilapidated the Melmond Inn is. Look, cobwebs, cracks, unfinished basements, probably with radon, and the world's worst food poisoning ever. Those aren't even sheets. That's just a cardboard cutout placed on top of the bed. So a couple of backups. We can go to Crescent Lake and get the Buckler for 2 more defense. Can also get some really good experience. I don't know if Crescent Lake's going to be better than Peninsula Power at this level. Now that we've got a few more levels than I had before, the biggest thing going for Crescent Lake at this point is the nearby inn. So you just take a bunch of battles and inn up rather than having to go do long treks for heal potions. We're gonna grind eyes, yes. The eyes will be ground to a fine powder. First, though, we do need to beat Vampire and Lich to get to the Ice Cave. You cannot get the canoe until Lich is dead. So while they give you pretty good travel options for a lot of the game post-Lich, up until that point it's pretty linear. I'll probably grab the Rune Sword before doing Earth Cave. But at least for now, we got everything we need for getting some XP at Crescent Lake. I think we'll probably target like level 28 or so. That'll be a good good mark for going into Earth Cave. Puts us around 700 hit points, which is incredible to think about. That's near endgame for NES Solo Thief. That much HP, I imagine that we're not going to have too much of a problem with the Marsh Cave monsters, or with Lich, to be honest. Could almost see, like, go into Lich, like, pretty quickly. We wouldn't do a lot of damage, but we could retry the fights if we get a bad start. Oh, those giants are so much better. Dan just two-shot a giant. Yeah, 15k, we can do the vampire pretty easily. Seeing what I should budget for XP. You would want to get the vampire fight to level you up. But you could do it in Earth Cave without much trouble now. There's our buckler. Dan is now optimized. Fear him. What a much nicer and pleasant inn this is. Tasteful flowers in the corners. Houses only recover 120 health, which is about 4 or 5 heal potions. You still don't win on the animation time. Like, you really need to just hang out by a town if you want to do things quickly, or have the airship. By the way, that was an Ank Egg. AKA the Pede. At this point, Pede's just gonna run away. They've run at like level 14, I think. So we are well past when we can do Pede fights. Yeah, Astos is a thing. Solo Thief is not easy for that reason specifically on this version. NES also has a really hard time with Chaos, so I think it's going to be less of a problem on PlayStation. But this version of Astos, real hard. Every other character class would be done with the game by now. That's how big of a difference maker Astos is for the Thief. You know, not just like a couple of steps further beyond, like totally done with the game hours and hours ago. You could probably do 2 different character classes in 21 hours, in fact. Definitely could do Fighter and Black Belt in 21 hours. Maybe Fighter, Black Belt, and Red Mage, but that would be pretty pushing it. When does solo Black Belt kill Astos? Probably like 13. Solo Black Belt starts off really slowly because they just don't do very much damage. And like the Thief, they take a lot of damage in return. But they hit level 10 and then it just takes off in a very, very short amount of time. So I'll solo Black Belt, you know, probably about as slow for the first 4 hours. Finishes the game in the next 4 hours after that. Level 10's the big level for the Black Belt. That's where they get their 4 attacks. You can finally go barehanded and pretty much start smacking around. At least Grogu's pretty quickly. I don't know if you could do some of the Peninsula Power monsters at that point, but go from 10 to 14 and then Peninsula Power is pretty accessible. How long to finish? It would probably be about 10 hours to finish. Most of that leveling, like actually doing the game itself, is probably 3 hours. And then 7 hours to get to level 50. Every time with that staircase. Why do they put you to the left of it? I have no idea. You want to go right in this dungeon. Yeah, this is where the Hall of Giants is. Something that people often have fun with. We could actually grind in Hall of Giants, but you have to go a long way to get your health recovered every time you do one loop around. Buckler proving its worth. It's actually fake. The buckler effect is not real. If you have a shield, then it will sometimes play a blocking animation. Doesn't mean the shield blocked the item. It just meant that you dodged, and then some percentage chance of your dodges will show the animation play. Instead of just a plain old miss. Kind of a fake out. Oh wow, Grogu's running at this level. That must have just happened, because I don't think we ever saw Grogu run before. I say Buckler's pretty good. 2 defense is 2 defense. Especially on the Thief, who has very little defense. Like, even with those upgrades, we only have 19 defense, which is less than the iron armor by itself. Fight with Creep would have been a regular ogre. Groger running is new. Regular ogre ran away at like level 18. And those purple guys are the ones that are the easy ones. The green one running, that's the new thing. Go Coral. Coral versus Dragon here. Coral probably does affect more things. If you want that slight elemental bonus. Now we get to save scum around wizards. We could beat wizards, but it would just be kind of a unnecessary slow fight. Or maybe we could beat them up for fun. Yeah, that is pretty fun. That is pretty fun. It is an extremely coral sword. You have to give it credit for that. Nobody's got more coral than this sword does. Be kind of nice if the dragon sword was just a dragon strapped to a pole that you hit people with. Certainly feel thematically more appropriate. Let's see where we are versus level. Shouldn't be still plenty far away. Yeah, less than 10,000, but that is lots of room to work with. More wizards. Out of the way, wizard. They actually use this sword design a lot. The 7 sword in Final Fantasy Legend 2 is the same. Well, that one's a very hard to find item. Let's pass on the use Arachnid. Hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of good runs from the fight. Even though the Thief is better at running than most of the character classes, because you only got 1 chance per round instead of 4. Escaping from battles is very tough. By the way, those are not race, those are actually images. Another renamed monster in a confusing fashion. Here we go, vampire time. Taking down our next boss 30 minutes after Astos, which includes like a 15-minute fetch quest. Well, vampire can still be pretty tough. We'll see that stun touch. We can survive a couple rounds of his hits, but paralysis can't really deal with that. Be a similar problem versus Lich. Paralysis versus Lich is going to be what kills us in that fight. One more hit. Got it. And we've also got the Ruby. One thing that feels consistently bad about this version, and it hasn't really happened that much yet, is there's a little bit of momentum that you have after letting up off of the controls. It's like you'll go to take a safety save, and your character kind of like does like one more step, and the encounter is so high. But the number of times that you'll get an encounter after you have gone to actually like push the menu button is ridiculous. Hey, Brigand. You may have missed Astos, but there is an amazing VOD that you can probably fast forward through for like a good 15 hours of before Astos actually dies. Dan just got out there. We got a big walk from that. No, Dan doesn't want to cooperate. Doesn't want to cooperate. First bull battle, and one-shots him. Okay, still 7,000 experience to work with. Probably can't do Lich without going over. We do another couple of fights along the way that pushes us pretty perilously close. So we might go grab a couple things. Wow, bull runs away. Gotta be fast on him. That means grading near Crescent Lake actually is not as good. You'd have the Cobra Scorpion fight, which is junk. Peds would run. Bulls would run out of your bull troll group. So you could do the trolls, you could do the giants. And the other ones would be very inconsistent at best. Hollow Giants, I think we'll be fine. I need to go get the rune sword at some point anyway. That'll take me on a little journey. With that, Earth Cave Trip 1 is done. Whew. Like I said, once you get past Astos, the game goes a lot faster. And you know what we're here for? It is time to murder a Titan who has also forgotten his pants. How embarrassing. Turns around in shame that nobody can see his horrible ruby addiction. And he was never seen again. Tiger should run. Yep, they're running away. I think they're the same as like plain ogres, despite being a much more advanced monster. Shadow's running. We didn't get a level up. Weird. We saw a bunch of shadows without them running away before. I guess level 25 is enough to do it. At one point we were looking at a shadow grind to maybe be better than the mucks. It was more consistent, but I just didn't have as much fun doing it. There's something about those mucks that is just... they're like little loot boxes when you get them. Here we will rob an old man to obtain the rod. See there, go off. Well, we could go after Lich right now. I think it is time to start wrapping up here. I'm going to grab the rune sword out of Temple of Fiends. That might make a good stopping point to end our night here. A productive day, for sure. We got about as many levels as I expected to. Just, they were before Astos rather than afterwards. Actually, I was probably thinking about level 28 for Lich. We might still end up doing. It is much, much faster to get level ups once we get all of these upgrades done. And definitely thank you everybody for hanging out here doing this. I figured since we're not going to have a weekend stream, we'll get as much done tonight as possible. So it's good being able to do a little bit post-Astos to knock out some of the quests and clean things up. I guess a big question for the next time we pick up is, where do we get our levels? Like, is it worth it leveling up in the Crescent Lake area, knowing that a lot of the fights are going to be low quality? Or do we go to Peninsula Power? We could take a bunch more of the fights. I think that Triple Giant or Triple Zomble may be very doable. So suddenly you don't reset nearly as often. You should be able to one-shot the furwells very consistently. So you can almost certainly do like a 6-pack of them. Like, basically everything there works out. Like, you can kill Tyros now. They are, in fact, delicious. The one downside of Peninsula Power, long walk through your heal potions recovered, and you can do 6 or 7 fights per trip out there, which is most of a level. But you're not going to get all your grinding done in one go. Quietly slipping past the gargoyles with stealth and deception. Dan makes it over to the rune sword. So this will be our third alternative. This is one less point of attack, but it has a better critical hit rate by a little bit. I think for the most part, Rune Sword might have the best enemies. Like in terms of the ones that actually need the bonus damage. So back to Canaria, that'll be where we take our save for the playthrough. And we'll plan things out from there. I definitely think that within 2 nights, which will be Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we should have this playthrough finished. I don't know if I can do it a single night. There's a lot left still for getting up to level 50, and then also squeezing through all the quests. Might be tough to do both at the same time. But I can certainly see that within 2 more days, we will definitely have this done. Also, it feels really good not to have the saves come as hard. I think at level 50 we might be running away from enough stuff that you're not having to do the saves every 6 steps like you would normally do them. Alright, that looks good. And that looks like we have made it back to our hometown of Conaria. We're at 21 hours.